some of these you know how the me, I forget her name, Me Too, she'll say, hey, Eddie's got a stream going live right now. My streams don't show up until after we turn them off. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know why.
Yeah, I should see if I get a notification myself. We're live.
And then let's see, let me move this over here.
Yeah, there you are.
Did you got a notification?
No.
But you had to go find it, huh?
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but that's okay.
I wonder why. I wonder if there's a way to fix that. Let me go on my Discord.
I think, from what I understand, everybody has to unring the bell, then hit it again.
So when we get people on, we're going to have to tell them that. Yeah.
Right on.
Let me get into my chat. We go to the Drama Club. Oh, it says we're live. Look. We got 7 people in here already. So what's up, guys? Just so you know, before we actually go to the January 6th, we're waiting for it to start. We're just watching this judge. Good afternoon, Nagasaki. And then after the trial, we'll probably stick with this judge. So it's interesting to watch this judge. Here we go.
Right, hey, Kerfuffle, hey, Kerfy.
Can you guys, how does Grah sound? Because I changed the system up a little bit. Tell me if Grah sounds good. Grah, you want to say something?
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I think we're good, huh? What's up, Kerfy?
Yeah. And I'm quite a ways back from the, more than an off street. So, Kerfy says not good.
Not good? Oh, she's not doing good. Uh-oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I think that's what she means. How you doing, PA Patriot Hope?
I think Hope's joking. He sounds horrible.
Yeah, I hope she's joking. What I did is I put a microphone in back of my computer so they can hear you and the judge. Grah sounds like he's underwater.
Oh, I don't sound good. So,
okay.
0430
see, I'm hoping it's not because I need to be closer, is it?
I don't know. No, Grah, it's not you, Grah. It's my microphone setup. 1 second. So Grah still doesn't sound good? Hold on. How do I sound?
All right, so everyone,
hold on, you know what? Maybe I got it too loud. Let me pause this, lady. Okay, now Grah talk. Or actually, first, how do I sound?
Sounds like he has a rag over the mic. You sound fine, Eddie.
Okay, but now I have a different mic. I'm using the mic that I had on you. So let me listen to this. We'll get it figured out real quick, guys.
You're saying I sound muffled.
Yeah.
Yes, is what Ronnie means.
Good morning, Robin. Let's see now.
Good morning, Robin. You're saying I sound muffled. Yeah. Eddie sounds good. Grah sounds better.
Good morning, Robin. Let's see now.
Something's getting better.
All right. So I think it sounds a little distorted. See, I just listened to it on my phone, and it sounds perfectly fine.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Yeah, now Grah sounds much better. Whatever you move stuff around so quick that it's hard to figure out. That's good.
All right, now let's do it while the judge is talking. Let's see how you sound now.
9 a.m. Adam Cobbs.
Now how does
just grab your file and give it to the prosecutor, and then take a seat, and they will call you up as soon as possible.
Check 1, 2. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, according to where you're at.
All right, what is happening?
Not great, but it's better.
Oh, you know what? The minute I start playing her video, it messes. The minute the judge starts talking, it screws you up. I wonder why.
Well, we'd probably rather hear her than hear me anyway. I don't know.
Go back. I'm going to turn the mic sideways again. Now, how does Grah sound?
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I think she's overpowering you.
Oh.
Right? I think that microphone can't handle it. So I think if we
Kirby
do
says
it.
better. Ronnie says better. Grah sounds better like that. Says Bandit.
Okay, now
That is
let's
great.
play
That's
her
hard.
audio again. That is great. Okay, so we're just gonna keep it like this, Grah. So this works.
Okay, what did you do? Turn the microphone sideways, or?
Yeah, I just turned the microphone sideways. That's all.
Cool. And I'm still good if I'm sitting back here trying to be quiet so we can hear what the judge is saying.
Sure. But you can barely hear the judge now.
When I was speaking to the
Kofi says that's good.
Awesome. Yeah, as soon as the trial starts, we're going to switch over to it. We're just watching some courtroom right now.
Our main witness in this case, Judge, lives in California. He said he's available. If this does go to trial, he's available.
Do you think there's going to be some bombshell testimony today, huh?
All right. Miss Ferguson.
Yeah, well, I don't know for who.
Miss Johnson, can I have this back to the jury trial the week of July 18th?
Where are you going to get this bombshell testimony at?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see, Grah. By the way, guys, if you could do me a favor, if you are subscribed to our video, can you do me a favor, unring the bell and then ring it again? Because I understand that our notifications aren't going out. Grah thinks that may be a way to fix it, so. Uh-oh, we got Troy in here. We're in trouble now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait, here, they're starting to bring the people in. Let's see what they say.
Is someone closely associated with Jeff Sessions?
Yeah, so Trump's first attorney general,
Okay,
Jody
they're all
Hunt, worked
walking
for
in
Jeff
now.
Sessions when he was on
Okay,
the
let
Senate
me fix
Judiciary
the
Committee.
video.
And he's a Republican. He's a conservative, but he worked with Sessions.
Who, of course,
Okay,
is
so you wanna
someone
see
who
everything.
had to make some decisions about loyalty regarding President Trump
We're
himself
going to
and
make us
was
smaller.
really thrown under the bus, James, by the president ultimately. There's Cassidy Hutchinson. She is the star witness today in this
Who is
sixth
Cassidy Hutchinson? Do you
hearing
know who
this
she
month,
is?
this sixth public hearing by the January 6th Select Committee. Former aide to Mark Meadows. Let's go to the committee room now.
Meadows.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during this hearing.
How's that look?
Good afternoon. In our hearings
Yeah, that
over the
looks good.
previous weeks, the Select Committee has laid out the details of a multi-part
Looks
pressure
good.
campaign
Make me
driven
a
by
little
the
smaller,
former
be
president
fine.
aimed at overturning the results of the 2020 presidential election and blocking the transfer of power. We've shown that this effort was based on a lie.
There we go.
A lie that the election was stolen,
A lie.
tainted
Don't you
by
love these guys?
widespread fraud, Donald Trump's big lie. In the weeks
Because
ahead,
you guys
the
keep
committee
saying
will
it
hold
doesn't
additional
make it
hearings
real.
about how Donald
Right.
Trump summoned a mob of his supporters to Washington, spurred them to march on the Capitol, and failed to take meaningful action to quell the violence as it was unfolding on January 6th. However, in recent days, the Select Committee has obtained new information dealing with what was going on in the White House on January 6th and in the days prior. Specific detailed information about what the former president and his top aides were doing and saying in those critical hours.
Don't blame me.
First-hand details of what transpired in the office of the White House Chief of Staff, just steps from the Oval Office as the threats of violence became clear, and indeed, violence ultimately descended on the Capitol in the attack on American democracy. It's important that the American people hear that information immediately. That's why, in consultation with the Vice Chair, I've recalled the committee for today's hearing. As you've seen and heard in our earlier hearings, the Select Committee has developed a massive body of evidence thanks to the many hundreds of witnesses who have voluntarily provided information relevant to our investigation. It hasn't always been easy to get that information because the same people who drove the former president's pressure campaign to overturn the election are now trying to cover up the truth about January 6th. But thanks to the courage of certain individuals, the truth won't be buried. The American people won't be left in the dark. Our witness today, Ms. Cassie Hutchinson, has embodied that courage. I won't get into a lot of detail about Ms. Hutchinson's testimony. We'll show.
Busy, though.
I'll allow her words to speak for themselves.
You gonna do
And I hope everyone at home will listen very closely.
Yeah.
First, I'll recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In our first 5 hearings, the committee has heard from a significant number of Republicans, including former Trump administration Justice Department officials, Trump campaign officials, several members of President Trump's White House staff, a prominent conservative judge, and several others. Today's witness, Ms. Cassidy Hutchinson, is another Republican and another former member of President Trump's White House staff. Certain of us in the House of Representatives recall that Ms. Hutchinson once worked for House Republican Whip Steve Scalise, but she is also a familiar face on Capitol Hill because she held a prominent role in the White House Legislative Affairs Office and later was the principal aide to President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. Ms. Hutchinson has spent considerable time up here on Capitol Hill representing the Trump administration, and we welcome her back. Up until now, our hearings have each been organized to address specific elements of President Trump's plan to overturn the 2020 election. Today, we are departing somewhat from that model because Ms. Hutchinson's testimony touches on several important and cross-cutting topics that are relevant to each of our future hearings. In her role working for the White House Chief of Staff, Ms. Hutchinson handled a vast number of sensitive issues. She worked in the West Wing, several steps down the hall from the Oval Office. Ms. Hutchinson spoke daily with members of Congress, with high-ranking officials in the administration, with senior White House staff, including Mr. Meadows, with White House counsel, lawyers, and with Mr. Tony Ornato, who served as the White House Deputy Chief of Staff.
We're not
She also
saying
worked
anything.
on a daily basis with members of the Secret Service who were posted in the White House. In short, Ms. Hutchinson was in a position to know a great deal about the happenings in the Trump White House. Ms. Hutchinson has already sat for 4 videotaped interviews with committee investigators.
I'm here,
we thank her very much for her cooperation and for her courage. We will cover certain, but not all relevant topics within Ms. Hutchinson's knowledge today. Again, our future hearings will supply greater detail, putting the testimony today in a broader and more complete context. Today, you will hear Ms. Hutchinson relate certain firsthand observations of President Trump's conduct on January 6th. You will also hear new information regarding the actions and statements of Mr. Trump's senior advisors that day, including his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, and his White House counsel. And we will begin to examine evidence bearing on what President Trump and members of the White House staff knew about the prospect for violence on January 6th, even before that violence began. To best communicate the information the committee has gathered, we will follow the practice of our recent hearings, playing videotape testimony from Ms. Hutchinson and others, and also posing questions to Ms. Hutchinson live. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Our witness today is Ms. Cassie Hutchinson, who served in the Trump administration in the White House Office of Legislative Affairs from 2019 to 2020, and as a special assistant to the President in the White House Chief of Staff's office from March 2020 through January 2021. I will now swear in our witness. The witness will please stand and raise her right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury?
You can't even speak right.
The testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witness answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. Ms. Hutchinson, I'd like to start with a few questions about your background. These are some photographs we've obtained highlighting your career. These show you with members of Congress, including Steve Scalise, as well as the White House, with leader Kevin McCarthy and Jim Jordan. Others show you with the President and members of Congress aboard Air Force One. Before you worked in the White House, you worked on Capitol Hill for Representative Steve Scalise, the Republican whip, and Senator Ted
What's
Cruz.
up, Tom P?
And then in 2019, you moved to the White House
What's up,
and served there
Volunteers?
until the end of the Trump administration.
Welcome, welcome.
In 2020. When you started at the White House, you served in the Office of Legislative Affairs. We understand that you were initially hired as a staff assistant, but were soon promoted to a position of greater responsibility. Can you explain your role for the committee?
When I moved over to the White House Chief of Staff's office with Mr. Meadows when he became the 4th Chief of Staff, it's difficult to describe a typical day. I was a special assistant to the President and an advisor to the Chief of Staff.
My Discord link is invalid?
Depended on what the President was doing that day, and that's kind of how my portfolio was reflected. I had a lot of outreach with members of Congress, senior cabinet officials. I would work on policy issues with relevant internal components and members on the Hill, as well as security protocol at the White House complex for Mr. Meadows and the President.
And then you received another promotion in March 2020. At that time, you became the principal aide to the new White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
What did a typical day look like for you in your work with Mr. Meadows?
Oh, here we go.
It varied with what was going on. We spent a lot of time on the Hill. I spent time on the Hill independently too.
Good morning, Val.
Liaison for Capitol Hill.
Oh, Curfew says invalid Discord link.
Engagements, but mostly I was there to serve what the Chief of Staff needed, and
Should
a
be
lot of
good.
times what the Chief of Staff
Except
needed
that.
was a reflection of what the President's schedule is detailed to do that day.
So is it fair to say that you spoke regularly in your position, both with members of Congress and with senior members of the Trump administration?
That's correct. That's a fair assessment, sir.
And would you say that in your work with Mr. Meadows, you were typically in contact with him and others in the White House throughout the day?
That's correct, sir. Mr. Meadows and I were in contact almost pretty much throughout every day, consistently.
Although so much of grave importance happens in the West Wing of the White House, it's quite a small building. Above me on the screen, you can see a map of the first floor of the West Wing of the White House. On the right, you can see the President's Oval Office.
Really, we get to learn about stuff here.
The Chief of Staff's office suite. Within the Chief of Staff's office suite is the heart of the West Wing, was your desk, which was between the Vice President's office, Ms. Kirshner's office, and the Oval Office. Ms. Hutchinson, is this an accurate depiction of where you were located?
It's accurate. It's a lot smaller than it looks.
Absolutely. Ms. Hutchinson, this is a photo that shows the short distance between your office and the President's Oval Office. And it only takes 5 to 10 seconds or so to walk down the hall from your office to the Oval Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Pursuant to the Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we will begin today with an exchange that first provided Ms. Hutchinson a tangible sense of the ongoing planning for the events of January 6th. On January 2nd, 4 days before the attack on our Capitol, President Trump's lead lawyer, Mr. Giuliani, was meeting with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and others. Ms. Hutchinson, do you remember Mr. Giuliani meeting with Mr. Meadows on January 2nd, 2021?
I do. He met with Mr. Meadows in the evening of January 2nd, 2021.
And we understand that you walked Mr. Giuliani out of the White House that night, and he talked to you about January 6th. What do you remember him saying?
As Mr. Giuliani and I were walking to his vehicles that evening, he looked at me and said something to the effect of, "Cass, are you excited for the 6th? It's going to be a great day."
Eddie, is the command
I
bot
remember
still posting
looking at him and saying,
an
"Rudy,
invalid Discord link?
explain what's happening on the 6th." He had responded something
It's
to
not
the
showing
effect
us the
of,
same link
"We're
that
going
you
to the
posted.
Capitol. It's going to be great. The president's going to be there. He's going to look powerful. He's going to be with the members. He's going to be with the senators.
Well, let me see.
Talk to the chief about it. Talk to the chief about it. He knows about it."
And did you go back then up to the West Wing and tell Mr. Meadows about your conversation with Mr. Giuliani?
If you have to
I
refresh
did.
it or
After
something.
Mr. Giuliani had left the campus that evening, I went back up to our office and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway and saying, "I had an interesting conversation with Rudy,
Yeah, it's
Mark.
a different link.
Sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol." He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, "There's a lot going on,
Big
Cass,
deal. Link still gets
but
Discord
I
in
don't
the
know. Things might
links
get
below."
real bad on January 6th.
Ms. Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows is engaged in litigation with the committee to try to avoid testifying here. What was your reaction when he said to you things might get real bad?
In the days before January 2nd, I was apprehensive about the 6th. I had heard general plans for a rally. I had heard tentative movements to potentially go to the Capitol. But when hearing Rudy's take on January 6th and then Mark's response, that evening was the first moment that I remember feeling scared and nervous for what could happen on January 6th. And I had a deeper concern for what was happening with the planning aspects of it.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Today, we're going to be focusing primarily on the events of January 5th and 6th at the White House. But to begin and to frame the discussion, I want to talk about a conversation that you had with Mr. John Ratcliffe, the Director of National Intelligence. And you had this conversation in December of 2020. Mr. Ratcliffe was nominated by President Trump to oversee U.S. intelligence, our U.S. intelligence community. And before his appointment, Mr. Ratcliffe was a Republican member of Congress.
Does her voice not just drive you nuts?
On this clip, Director Ratcliffe's comments in December of 2020 were prescient.
Prescient?
My understanding was Director Ratcliffe didn't want much to do with the post-election period. Director Ratcliffe felt that it wasn't something that the White House should be pursuing. It felt it was dangerous for the president's legacy. He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that
it could do this. It potentially might do that.
When you say it wasn't something the White House should be pursuing, what's the it?
This shit.
Trying to fight the results of the election, finding missing ballots, pressuring filing lawsuits in certain states where there didn't seem to be significant evidence, and reaching out to state legislatures about that. So pretty much the way that the White House is handling the post-election period, he felt that there could be dangerous repercussions.
Does this not seem like a real interview to you, Grah?
In terms of precedent set for elections.
It's all scripted. It's it's all on the teleprompter.
We can't hear you now, Grah. I think you're mute. Are you muted?
So, Ms. Hutchinson, now we're going to turn to certain information that was available.
Nope, not muted on this end.
January 4th, and what the Trump administration and the president knew about the potential for violence before January 6th. On the screen, you will see an email received by Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue on January 4th from the National Security Division of the Department of Justice.
Try now.
Mr. Donahue testified in our hearings last week.
How about now? 1 2 1 2.
The email identifies apparent planning by those coming to Washington on January 6th.
Yeah, this is all scripted. It's all prompter. It's all produced by that producer, right?
Yeah. Hey, now I don't need to turn my mic sideways. We figured it out. I just figured something out. So we're good.
We knew
Awesome.
that if you
How
have
about now? 1 2 1 2. Check. Everybody in the chat hear me?
people showing up in Washington,
Yeah, you're real loud.
that there was potential for violence.
Oh yeah, and you're loud too. But now I can't hear the.
U.S. Secret Service
That's
was
fine.
looking at similar information and watching the planned demonstrations. In fact, their intelligence division sent several emails to White House personnel like Deputy Chief of Staff Tony Ornato and the head of the President's Protective Detail, Robert Engel, including certain materials listing events.
Okay, that's good. Now I can hear it in your background, which is fine.
The White House continued to receive updates about planned demonstrations, including information regarding the Proud Boys organizing and planning to attend events on January 6th.
Oh yeah, we got a video for that later on tonight.
Although Ms. Hutchinson has no detailed knowledge of any planning involving the Proud Boys for January 6th, she did note this.
Yeah, can you get to your Discord DM while you're live?
The word oath
and it's no hurry.
I can do it on my phone, yes.
Okay.
To the planning of the January 6th rally when Mr. Giuliani would be around.
Why, didn't you send me something?
On January 3rd, the Capitol Police issued a special event assessment.
Kathy says sound is good now.
In that
Awesome.
document, the Capitol Police noted that the Proud Boys and other groups planned to be in Washington, D.C. on January 6th and indicated that, quote, unlike previous post-election protests, the targets of the pro-Trump supporters are not necessarily the counter-protesters as they were previously, but rather Congress itself is the target on the 6th. Of course, we all know now that the Proud Boys showed up on January 6th, marched from the Washington Monument to the Capitol that day, and led the riotous mob to invade and occupy our Capitol. Ms. Hutchinson, I want to play you a clip of one of our meetings when you described a call on January 4th that you received from National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien on the same topic, potential violence on January 6th.
I received a call from Robert O'Brien, the National Security Advisor. He had asked if he could speak with Mr. Meadows about potential words of violence that he was hearing that were potentially going to happen on the Hill on January 6th. I had asked if he had connected with Tony Ornato because Tony Ornato had a conversation with Mark about that topic. Robert had said, I'll talk to Tony, and then I don't know if Robert ever connected with Mark about the issue.
Ms. Hutchinson, can you describe for us Mr. Ornato's responsibilities as Deputy Chief of Staff?
The Deputy Chief of Staff position at the White House for operations is arguably one of the most important positions that somebody can hold. They're in charge of all security protocol for the campus and all presidential protectees, primarily the president and the First Family, but anything that requires security for any individual that has presidential protection, so the Chief of Staff or the National Security Advisor, as well as the Vice President's team too. Tony would oversee all of that, and he was the conduit for security protocol between White House staff and the United States Secret Service.
Thank you. And you also described a brief meeting between Mr. Ornato and Mr. Meadows on the potential for violence. The meeting was on January 4th. They were talking about the potential for violence on January 6th. Let's listen to a clip of that.
Well, there's a potential for violence any day.
Remember Mr. Ornato had talked to him about intelligence reports.
James.
I remember Mr. Ornato coming in and saying that we had intel reports saying that there could potentially be violence on this.
Oh, thank you, Paul. I appreciate it.
You also told us about reports of violence and weapons that the Secret Service were receiving on the night of January 5th and throughout the day on January 6th. Is that correct?
Ronnie's here for the door prizes.
There are reports that police
in
Washington, D.C. had arrested several people with firearms.
I don't know what today's prizes are going to be, but that's what he's here for.
Pro-Trump rally in Freedom Plaza on the evening of January 5th. Are those some of the reports that you recall hearing about?
It's going to be how much money President Trump made as president.
Of course, the world now knows
from being
that
president.
The people who attacked the Capitol on
Here's
January
my
6th
Joe.
had many different types of
What's
weapons.
up? Oh, we got to do her code.
When a president speaks, the Secret
Yeah,
Service
I'm gonna
typically
do that
requires
right
those
now.
attending to pass
We're
through
both
metal
doing it, I
detectors,
guess.
known as magnetometers,
Yeah,
or
go right
mags
ahead.
for short.
Got it.
The Select Committee has learned that people who willingly entered the enclosed area for President Trump's speech were screened so they could attend the rally at the Ellipse.
What is the coverage for
They
the
had weapons and other items that were confiscated. Pepper spray, knives, brass knuckles, tasers, body armor, gas masks, batons,
He's talking about the protesters.
And those were just from the people who chose to go through the security for the president's event on the Ellipse, not the several thousand members of the crowd who refused to go through the mags and watched from the lawn near the Washington Monument. The Select Committee has learned about reports from outside the magnetometers and has obtained police radio transmissions identifying individuals with firearms, including AR-15s, near the Ellipse on the morning of January 6th.
I was there. I never saw that.
There's an individual in a tree. He's going to be a white male, about 6 feet tall, thin build, brown cowboy boots. He's got blue jeans and a blue jean jacket, and underneath the blue jean jacket, the complainants both saw a stock of an AR-15.
Hey, David Workman.
With a group of individuals.
So they saw a stock of an AR-15. That doesn't mean they saw the AR-15. That doesn't mean they had a stock.
Green, about 5'8", 5'9", skinny white males, brown cowboy boots. They had Glock-style pistols in their waistband. 8736 with the message, that subject.
Real quick, guys, they never found a single weapon on January 6th. Nobody had a single weapon that day, just so you know. This is only what they're saying they saw. Anybody can call in a report. People can call in a bomb scare. Right? Right, Grah? Doesn't mean there's really a bomb there.
Weapon on his right hip. He's in the tree.
Well, if I remember right, they found one, and they arrested the guy, and he turned out he was an undercover federal officer.
That's right.
So they found him, right? Am I mistaken, or do I remember right?
I think you're right.
I got 3 men walking down the street in fatigue was carrying AR-15. Copy at 14th and Independence.
Hey, Christy.
What's up, Christy?
AR-15s at 14th and Independence.
They didn't see it. There's no pictures.
Emails, the first report that we showed, we now know was sent in the 8 o'clock hour on January 6th. This talked about people in the crowd wearing ballistic helmets and body armor, carrying
The Sergeant of Arms died from the J6?
The second report we showed you on the screen was sent by the Secret Service.
Oh, I also heard that Berta from 2.5 Men passed away.
Oh, did she? Oh, no way. I love her.
Ms. Hutchinson, in prior
Me too,
testimony,
man. She was
described
great.
for us a meeting in the White House around 10 a.m. in the morning of January 6th, involving Chief of Staff Meadows and Tony Ornato. Were you in that meeting?
I can barely hear the audio from the stream, but that's fine as long as it's good for everybody else. I can hear it good enough. There's nothing to hear anyway.
That some of the weapons that people had at the rally included.
I don't know why you can barely hear it.
Oversized.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Sticks or flagpoles, bear spray. Is there anything else that you recall hearing about that?
Oh, I know why. Because I can barely hear it.
I recall Tony and I having a conversation with Mark probably around 10 a.m., 10:15 a.m., where I remember Tony mentioning knives, guns in the form of pistols and rifles, bear spray, body armor, spears, and flagpoles. Spears were one item, flagpoles were one item, and then Tony had relayed to me something to the effect of, and these ethnic people are fastening spears onto the ends of flagpoles.
Don't know what to do, Grah.
Ms. Hutchinson, here's a clip of your testimony regarding Mr. Meadows' response to learning that the rally attendees were armed that day.
What's up, Anarchy?
What was Mark's reaction, Mr. Meadows' reaction to this list of weapons?
That's hearsay, isn't it?
When Tony and I went in to talk to Mark that morning.
That's hearsay.
Oh, interesting. Yesterday he testified that there was paid agitators. Now he's dead.
So I just want to let you know, and informed him, like,
Where's Hillary at?
how many people we have outside the mags right now.
Anybody know what Hillary was yesterday?
You know, to have, it's possible he listed more weapons off that I just don't recall. And gave him a brief but and concise explanation, but also fairly thorough. And I remember distinctly Mark not looking up from his phone. And I remember Tony finishing his explanation and it taking a few seconds for Mark to say something, to the point where I almost said, "Mark, did you hear him?" And then Mark chimed in and was like, "All right, anything else?" Still looking down at his phone. And Tony looked at me.
Okay, I adjusted the volume on my end. I can hear it fine now here, Eddie,
"No,
so
sir, do you have
we're
any
good.
questions?" It's like, "What are you hearing?" And I looked at Tony and I was like, "Sir, he just told you about what was happening down at the rallies." And he was like, "Yeah, I know." And then he looked up and said, "Have you talked to the president?" And Tony said, "Yes, sir, he's aware too." He said, "All right, good."
He asked Tony if Tony had informed the president.
Yes.
And Tony said yes, he had.
So, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Ornato told the president about weapons at the rally on the morning of January 6th?
That's what Mr. Ornato relayed to me.
And here's how you characterize Mr. Meadows' general response when people raised concerns about what could happen on January 6th.
So at the time, in the days leading up to the 6th, there were lots of public reports about how things might go bad on the 6th, and even the potential for violence. If I'm hearing you correctly, what stands out to you is that Mr. Meadows did not share those concerns, or at least did not act on those concerns?
Did not act on those concerns would be accurate.
But other people raised them to him? Like in this exchange, you mentioned that Mr. Ornato pulled them aside.
That's correct.
Ms. Hutchinson, we're going to show now an exchange of texts between you and Deputy Chief of Staff Ornato. And these text messages were exchanged while you were at the ellipse. In one text, you write, "But the crowd looks good from this vantage point as long as we get the shot. He was effing furious." And the text messages also stress that President Trump kept mentioning the OTR and off-the-record movement. We're going to come back and ask you about that in a minute. But could you tell us, first of all, who it is in the text who was furious?
The he in that text that I was referring to was the president.
And why was he furious, Ms. Hutchinson?
He was furious because he wanted the arena that we had on the ellipse to be maxed out at capacity for all attendees. The advance team had relayed to him that the mags were free-flowing. Everybody who wanted to come in had already come in, but he still was angry about the extra space and wanted more people to come in.
And did you go to the rally in the presidential motorcade?
I was there.
Did she say mags were free-flowing? Mags?
I didn't hear. I don't know. I'm not
And
sure.
other members of his staff and family?
I was.
And you told us, Ms. Hutchinson, about
So
particular
they shortened the
comments that
term
you
now with
heard
mags.
while you were in the tent area.
Mags, like maggots.
When we were in the offstage announce area tent behind the stage, he was very concerned about the shot, meaning the photograph that we would get because the rally space wasn't full.
Interesting. Are you a mag?
One of the reasons
Hey,
that
mags.
previously stated was because he wanted it to be full and for people to not feel excluded because
Okay,
they
so
come
that's.
far to watch him
Hold
at
on
the
a
rally.
second.
And he felt the mags were at fault.
Yeah, she kept saying mags, whatever that means. But
Yeah.
so real quick, guys, I was there. Okay, I was filming. I went through that line. Okay, the line was like 3 miles long to get into the ellipse. By her saying right now that they were worried that it wasn't going to be full is a bunch of baloney. Because I had a press pass, right? I had my White House press pass. So I got into the ellipse. It was so packed, I couldn't move, I couldn't see the stage, and I couldn't interview people. So I left the ellipse because it was so packed. And that was at like 7 o'clock in the morning. So you're not going to tell me that they're worried about this event not being full. It's a President Trump rally. When isn't his stuff not full? Right? They're making up tons of lies here.
For not letting everybody in, but another leading reason, and likely the primary reason, is because he wanted it full, and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the
Joe
mags
Joe.
with weapons.
Uh-oh. I'm
What the
Andy.
Secret Service deems as
Or
weapons
exclamation Mandy.
are weapons.
I don't know. We don't have one yet, I don't think.
But when we were in the offstage announced tent, I was part of a conversation. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, you know, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let
That's
my people
bullshit.
in. They can march to the Capitol from here.
What
Let the
weapons?
people in. Take
What
the effing
weapons?
mags away.
Just to be clear, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that the president wanted to take the mags away and said that the armed individuals were not there to hurt
Oh, the
him?
magnetic detector, I think.
fair
That's what they're saying by mags.
The issue wasn't with the amount of space available in the official rally area only, but instead that people did not want to have to go through the mags. Let's listen to a portion of what you told us about that.
In this particular instance, it wasn't the capacity of our space, it was the mags and the people that didn't want to come through. And that's what Tony had been trying to relay to him that morning. You know, it's not the issues that we encountered on the campaign. We have enough space, sir. They don't want to come in right now. They have weapons they don't want confiscated by the Secret Service, and they're fine on the mall. They can see you on the mall, and they want to march straight to the Capitol from the mall.
The president apparently wanted all attendees inside the official rally space and repeatedly said, quote, "They're not here to hurt me."
And just
They
to
can't
be
have
clear,
undercover federal officers
told again
going through
in
metal
that
detectors.
conversation, or was he told again in that conversation that people couldn't come through the mags because they had weapons?
Correct.
And that people, and his response was to say they can march to the Capitol from the ellipse.
Something to the effect of, take the effing mags away. They're not here to hurt me. Let them in. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol after the rally's over. They can march from the ellipse. Take the effing mags away. Then they can march to the Capitol.
Ms. Hutchinson, what we saw when those clips were playing were photos provided by the National Archives showing the president in the offstage tent before his speech on the ellipse. You were in some of those photos as well. And I just want to confirm that is when you heard the president say the people with weapons weren't there to hurt him.
What's up,
and
Debbie?
he wanted the Secret Service to remove the magnetometers.
That's correct. In the photos that you displayed, we were standing towards the front of the tent with the TVs, really close to where he would walk out to go onto the stage. These conversations happened 2 to 3 minutes before he took the stage that morning.
Let's reflect on that for a moment. President Trump was aware that a number of the individuals in the crowd had weapons and were wearing body armor. And here's what President Trump instructed the crowd to do.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
See, notice they cut it off. You know why?
As we know, did proceed
Hold on.
to the Capitol. It soon became apparent.
So they stopped it right there. Ah, shit.
Yeah.
You know why they stopped it right there? Because
Capitol Police was
the next thing he says was, and peacefully protest. They cut it off right before he says peacefully protest.
Jim Jordan called that out yesterday.
All right, so I'm going to show you something. Yeah, so look at this, guys. So this is my footage. This is my footage from January 6th at the Ellipse. This is me going into the Ellipse, okay? And they're saying that there was hardly anybody in there, right? This was at like 8 o'clock in the morning, okay? Maybe 7 something. But look, you're telling me, that's me going to the Ellipse. You're telling me that this place wasn't packed? Do you see all the freaking people in this place? You can't even see. But yet they're saying that it wasn't packed. I mean, look at this place. I can't even see anything. This is from January 6th at the Ellipse. So don't tell me that there wasn't anything, or there was no room there, you couldn't see people there. They're all making lies up right now. They're lying.
Assessment.
The issue wasn't with the amount of space available in the official rally area only, but instead that people did not want to have to go through the mags. Let's listen to a portion of what you told us.
I just showed you
about
video
that.
of people inside.
In this particular instance, it wasn't the capacity of our space, it was the mags and the people that didn't want to come through, and that's what Tony had been trying to relay to him that morning. You know, it's not the issues that we encountered on the campaign. We have enough space, or they don't want to come in right now. They have weapons they don't want confiscated by the Secret Service, and they're fine on the mall. They can see you on the mall, and they want to march straight to the Capitol from the mall.
The president apparently wanted all attendees inside the official rally space and repeatedly said, quote, "They're not here to hurt me."
And just to be clear, so he was told again in that conversation, or was he told again in that conversation that people couldn't come through the mags because they had weapons?
Correct.
And that people, and his response was to say they can march to the Capitol from the ellipse.
Something to the effect of, take the effing mags away, they're not here to hurt me, let them in, let my people in, they can march to the Capitol after the rally's over, they can march from the ellipse, take the effing mags away, then they can march to the Capitol.
Ms. Hutchinson, what we saw when those clips were playing were photos provided by the National Archives showing the president in the offstage tent before his speech on the ellipse. You were in some of those photos as well. And I just want to confirm that that is when you heard the president say the people with weapons weren't there to hurt him and that he wanted the Secret Service to remove the magnetometers.
That's correct. In the photos that you displayed, we were standing towards the front of the tent with the TVs, really close to where he would walk out to go onto the stage. These conversations happened 2 to 3 minutes before he took the stage that morning.
Let's reflect on that for a moment. President Trump was aware that a number of the individuals in the crowd had weapons and were wearing body armor. And here's what President Trump instructed the crowd to do.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down.
Peacefully is what he says.
We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
And the crowd, as we know, did proceed to the Capitol.
Unbelievable.
Soon became
Unbelievable.
apparent to the Secret Service,
it's all editing,
including
Grah.
the Secret Service teams in the crowd.
Fucking joke.
Along with
Excuse
White
my
House
language.
staff.
Didn't they just? Am I missing something? Didn't she just say this like 5 minutes ago? The very same thing. Is it going to be just a replay?
Pretty much, yeah.
And then I had
Holy.
The more you say it, the more believable it is.
detail with me in between those individuals and then a few other bodies on the ground, just the Secret Service doing advance.
You can't handle the truth.
Notifications through their radios.
You can't handle the truth.
Had called me and said, make sure the chief knows that they're getting close to the Capitol. It's they're having trouble stacking bodies.
And Ms. Hutchinson, when you said they were having trouble stacking bodies, did you mean that law enforcement at the Capitol needed more people to defend the Capitol from the rioters?
It was becoming clear to us,
Nobody
and to
rioted.
the Secret Service, that Capitol Police officers were getting overrun at the security barricades outside of the Capitol building, and they were short people to defend the building against the rioters.
And you mentioned that Mr.
You got something
Ornato
against
was
short
conveying
people.
this to you because he wanted you to tell Mr.
Her name is
Meadows.
Cassidy Hutchins.
So did you,
Richard
did
Hurst,
you tell
former
Mr.
assistant
Meadows,
to Trump's
that
chief
people were getting
of
closer
staff.
to the Capitol and that Capitol Police was having difficulty?
After I had the conversation with Mr. Meadows, after I had the conversation with Mr. Ornato, I went to have the discussion with Mr. Meadows. He was in a secure vehicle at the time making a call. So when I had gone over to the car, I went to open the door to let him know, and he had immediately shut it. I don't know who he was speaking with. It wasn't something that he regularly did, especially when I would go over to give him information. So I was a bit taken aback, but I didn't think much of it.
You don't think very often.
Would be able to have the conversation with him a few moments later.
And were you able to have that conversation a few moments later?
Probably about 20 to 25 minutes later. There was another period in between where he shut the door again, and then when he finally got out of the vehicle. we had the conversation. But at that point, there was a backlog of information that he should have been made aware of.
And so you opened the door to the control car and Mr. Meadows pulled it shut?
That's correct.
And he did that 2 times?
That's correct.
And when you finally were able to give Mr. Meadows the information about the violence at the Capitol, what was his reaction?
Shut the F up, bitch, probably.
He almost had a lack of reaction. I remember him saying, all right, something to the effect of, how much longer does the president have left in this speech?
Again, much of this information about the potential for violence was known or learned before the onset of the violence, early enough for President Trump to take steps.
Potential. Oh, there was potential.
He could, for
potential
example,
for
have
violence.
urged the crowd at the Ellipse not to march to the Capitol.
There's potential for violence every single day of the week.
Once it began.
There's potential for violence right now. It's getting ready to get
on.
on.
In later hearings, President Trump had something else in mind. One other question.
Yeah, don't you hate it when you don't have the answers to your own question? Good point.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone or Eric Hirschman had about the language President Trump used in his Ellipse speech?
They answer their own question. It's not even a question, it's a comment. So President Trump is a terrorist. Don't you agree?
In my conversations with Mr. Hirschman,
Oh,
he had relayed
was that a question?
that we would be foolish
Damn it.
to include
Oh.
language that had been included.
She went
at
to
the
work, she
president's
said. That's
request,
not her.
which had lines along to the effect of, fight for Trump, we're going to march to the Capitol, I'll be there with you, fight for me, fight for what we're doing, fight for the movement. Things about the vice president at the time too. Both Mr. Hirschman and White House counsel's office were urging the speechwriters to not include that language for legal concerns and also
Debbie Ann,
for
you can
the
bet we'll have our own
options of
hearing
what
after
it could
this,
portray the
what,
president
November
wanting to do that day.
9th?
I hope so.
November 9th.
We just heard the president say that he would be with his supporters as they marched to the Capitol. Even though he did not end up going, he certainly wanted to.
Oh, she is there. Never mind.
Some have questioned whether President Trump genuinely planned to come here to the Capitol on January 6th. In his book, Mark Meadows falsely wrote that after President Trump gave his speech on January 6th, he told Mr. Meadows that he was, quote, speaking metaphorically about the walk to the Capitol. As you will see, Donald Trump was not speaking metaphorically. As we heard earlier, Rudy Giuliani told Ms. Hutchinson that Mr. Trump planned to travel to the Capitol on January 6th.
That's President Trump,
I want to
bitch.
pause for just a moment
Walk.
to ask
Yeah,
you,
not
Ms.
travel.
Hutchinson, to explain
Walk.
some of the terminology you will hear today. We've heard
Oh,
you
we're
use
so
two
dumb.
different terms
They
to
have to
describe
explain
plans for
terminology.
the president's movement.
Yeah, can you explain the
Capitol
new
or
woke
anywhere
terminology for
One
us,
of
please?
those is a scheduled movement, and another one is
Give me a
OTR.
break.
Could you describe for us what each of those mean?
A scheduled presidential movement is on his official schedule. It's notified to the press and to a wide range of staff that will be traveling with him. It's known to the public, known to the Secret Service, and they're able to coordinate the movement
Monsters
days in
back here.
advance. An off-the-record
I got Donald J. Trump right here. You guys want to ask him
The
yourself?
knowledge of a very, very small group of advisors and staff. Typically, a very small group of staff would travel with him, mostly that are.
Hold on, real quick. I can fix solve for you guys right now. Hey, Donald J. Trump. Did you plan? Were you gonna walk with everybody down to the Capitol building? Yes, Dad, I was. There you go. He just answered for you guys. How about that?
All right, problem solved. Okay, so.
Problem solved.
No.
Sorry. I love my dog.
Question asked and answered.
Correctly, by the way.
Included in the national security package. You can pull an off-the-record movement together in less than an hour. It's a way to kind of circumvent having.
Congrats, Pool.
To release it to the press, if that's the goal of it, or to not have to have as many security parameters put in place ahead of time to make the movement happen.
Thank
See,
you.
Mandy J knows
Let's turn
this is
back
all
now
about
to the
feeling.
president's plans
This
to
is
travel
about
to the
her
Capitol
opinion.
on January
This is
6th.
what she thinks.
We know
This
that
is
White
not
House
fact.
counsel Pat Cipollone
Exactly.
was concerned about the legal implications of such a trip. and he
Now, I
agreed with the
think
Secret Service that it shouldn't happen. Ms. Hutchinson, did you have any conversations with Pat Cipollone about his concerns about the president going to the Capitol on January 6th?
On January 3rd, Mr. Cipollone had approached me, knowing that Mark had raised the prospect of going up to the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Cipollone and I had a brief private conversation where he said to me, we need to make sure that this doesn't happen. This would be legally a terrible idea for us. We have serious legal concerns if we go up to the Capitol that day. And he then urged me
He does, huh, Debbie?
to continue relaying that to Mr. Meadows, because it's my understanding that Mr. Cipollone thought that Mr. Meadows was indeed pushing this along with the president.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that you also spoke to Mr. Cipollone on the morning of the 6th as you were about to go to the rally on the Ellipse. And Mr. Cipollone said something to you like, make sure the movement to the Capitol does not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct. I saw Mr. Cipollone right before I walked out onto West Exec that morning, and Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
And do you remember which crimes Mr. Cipollone was concerned with?
In the days leading up to the 6th, we had conversations about potentially obstructing justice or defrauding the electoral count.
Let's hear about some of those concerns that you mentioned earlier in one of your interviews with us.
Having a private conversation with Pat late in the afternoon of the 3rd or the 4th, that Pat was concerned it would look like we were obstructing justice or obstructing the electoral count.
Yeah, I wonder who she works for now.
I apologize for probably not being very...
Yeah, that's hearsay, Bandit One, but they don't care.
Here, but, that it would look like we were obstructing what was happening on Capitol Hill, and he was also worried that it would look like we were inciting a riot or encouraging a riot to erupt on the Capitol, at the Capitol.
In fact, in the days before January 6th and on January 6th itself, President Trump expressed to multiple White House aides that he wanted to go to the Capitol after his speech. Here's what various White House aides have told the committee about the president's desire to go to the Capitol.
Did the president tell you this, that he wanted to speak at the Capitol?
Correct, yes.
During the meeting in the dining room, did the idea of the president proceeding or walking to the Capitol on the 6th after his speech come up?
Walking to the Capitol? No.
Driving to the Capitol?
It came up.
Okay, how did it come up and what was discussed?
He brought it up. He said, I want to go down to the Capitol.
What about him marching to the Capitol on the 6th?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So, it's kind of a general thing. I mean, to get into the specifics of it, I was aware of a desire of the president to potentially march to the, or accompany the rally attendees to the Capitol.
When did you first hear about this idea of the president accompanying rally attendees to the Capitol on the 6th?
Well, this was at the 6th. This was during the, after he finished his remarks.
When the president said that he would be going to the Capitol during his speech on the Ellipse, the Secret Service scrambled to find a way for him to go. We know this from witnesses and the Secret Service, also from messages among staff on the President's National Security Council. The NSC staff were monitoring the situation in real time, and you can see how the situation evolved in the following chat log that the committee has obtained. As you can see, NSC staff believed that Mogul, the president, was, quote, going to the Capitol, and, quote, they are finding the best route now. From these chats, we also know the staff learned of the attack on the Capitol in real time. When President Trump left the Ellipse stage at 1:10, The staff knew that rioters had invaded the inaugural stage and Capitol Police were calling for all available officers to respond. When Republican leader Kevin McCarthy heard the president say he was going to the Capitol, he called you, Ms. Hutchinson. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in this text message, you told Tony Ornato, quote, "McCarthy just called me too. And do you guys think you're coming to my office?" Tell us about the call that day with Leader McCarthy during the president's speech on the Ellipse.
I was still in the tent behind the stage, and when you're behind the stage, you can't really hear what's going on in front of you. So when Mr. McCarthy called me with this information, I answered the call and he sounded rushed, but also frustrated and angry at me. And I was confused because I didn't know what the president had just said. He then explained, the president just said he's marching to the Capitol. You told me this whole week you aren't coming up here. Why would you lie to me? I said, I'm not lying. I wasn't lying to you, sir. We're not going to the Capitol. And he said, well, he just said it on stage, Cassidy. Figure it out. Don't come up here. I said, I'll run the traps on this and I'll shoot you a text. I can assure you we're not coming up to the Capitol. We've already made that decision. He pressed a little bit more, believing me, but I think frustrated that the president had said that. And we ended the phone conversation after that. I called Mr. Ornato to reconfirm that we weren't going to the Capitol, and which is also in our text messages. I sent Mr. McCarthy another text telling him the affirmative that we were not going up to the Capitol, and he didn't respond after that.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that the plans for the president to come up to the Capitol had included discussions at some point about what the president would do when he came up to the Capitol on January 6th. Let's look at a clip of one of your interviews discussing that issue with the committee. When you were talking about a scheduled movement, did anyone say what the president wanted to do when he got here?
No. Not that I can specifically remember. I remember hearing a few different ideas discussed between Mark and Scott Perry, Mark and Rudy Giuliani. I don't know which conversations were elevated to the president. I don't know what he personally wanted to do when he went up to the Capitol that day. I know that there were discussions about him having another speech outside of the Capitol before going in. I know that there was a conversation about him going into the House chamber at one point.
Okay, I'm going to bring out something real quick, Grah. So think about
this. Yeah, go
ahead. The other day when they were talking about stuff, oh my gosh, what was it? But there was video. Oh, the elections. When they're talking about the elections, right, and the ballots, they never showed the video that they were talking about because it was so damning to their case. Yes, right? Right now, they're not showing the footage, right? You're telling me that day there wasn't video cameras on President Trump the whole entire day, wherever they went? There's footage of what she's talking about right now. Why aren't they showing the footage? Why are they showing what she remembers?
Don't believe your lying eyes. There's what? How many thousand hours that we don't get to see? How many?
Right? Like a new video. Yeah, I'm sorry. A new video came out today from the Proud Boys. It's on the oh my gosh, pundit, whatever, right? The Gateway Pundit, and it was showing the Gateway Pundit showing, and I'll show that later on tonight in our show. But there's so much video out there, like you said. Why are they telling her what she saw when they can just show the video? Because the video tells the truth and she's lying. That's what I think. What do you think?
Well, it's, there's no explaining it. It's a theatrical production. It's a show. It's a sitcom. You know, you can get the same amount of information from watching the Kardashians.
Right.
You know, you could. What happened to Bruce? Oh no, Bruce is really still he still races, and yeah, he's still a national athlete.
Yeah.
He's going to be on the Wheaties. He'll be on the Wheaties box again next year.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, just keep saying that over and over and over, and somebody's going to believe it.
That's true. Hi, Josephine.
Hey, Josephine. There's there's really no reason for discussion because it's a comedy show. It's a, you know, what's ask the chat. What kind of show is it? Is it comedy? Is it sitcom? Is it?
Yeah. What do you guys think, chat?
It's
As we've all just heard in the day.
It's a what?
How many times are they going to show that 8-second clip of Trump saying, "We're going to walk down to the Capitol"? Click.
Right? Yeah. Like
How
Matt
many
says,
times?
selective editing. It's exactly right. Yeah.
I would love for someone to go back through all of the hours that they've done and count just how many times they've showed that lie.
Oh,
That's what Jim Jordan said Friday.
Yeah. It's a shame. Anyways, it's
I
all
hope
for
that
their
helps.
narrative. It's all their narrative. That's all it is.
I hope they're held accountable. Jordan and Cruz and them or whatever said they're going to put together a committee after November, you know, and hammer down on them. Adam Schiff needs to be
removed
under the fucking jail.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do you remember that video where my buddy Ben Berkwam read him his Miranda rights for treason? That, if you guys look up whenever you have a chance, not right now, look up Ben Berkwam Frontline America reads Adam Schiff his Miranda rights. You'll find it. It's on there. Hilarious.
Days leading up to January 6th, on the day of the
It's
speech,
the Pelosi
before
comedy
and
hour.
During
right
and after the rally speech,
What,
President Trump.
You guys do your show, but don't call my name. Don't even mention me. Don't ask me any questions.
Yeah.
I'm just the lady that's in
Let's
charge.
turn now
I
to
don't
what
know
happened
anything.
in the president's vehicle when the Secret Service told him he would not be going to the Capitol after his speech. First, here is the president's motorcade leaving the ellipse after his speech on January 6th.
Okay, so far so good. Why are they showing us this? Big deal.
Ms. Hutchinson, when you returned to the White House in the motorcade after the president's speech, where did you go?
When I returned to the White House, I walked upstairs towards the Chief of Staff's office, and I noticed Mr. Renato lingering outside of the office. Once we had made eye contact, he quickly waved me to go into his office, which was just across the hall from mine. When I went in, he shut the door, and I noticed Bobby Engel, who is the head of Mr. Trump's security detail, sitting in a chair, just looking somewhat discombobulated and a little lost. I looked at Tony, and he had said, "Did you effing hear what happened in the Beast?" I said, "No, Tony, I just got back. What happened?" Tony proceeded to tell me that when the president got in the Beast, he was under the impression from Mr. Meadows that the off-the-record movement to the Capitol was still possible and likely to happen, but that Bobby had more information. So once the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby, he thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and when Bobby had relayed to him, "We're not, we don't have the assets to do it, it's not secure, we're going back to the West Wing," the president had very strong, a very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now."
Sounds about right.
To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel.
I don't know about
Mr.
that.
Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing.
I really doubt that.
Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel, and when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
What?
And was Mr. Engel
What?
in the room as Mr.
Yeah, I don't
Ornato
understand
told
it.
you this story?
He was.
Did Mr. Engel correct or disagree
Kate.
with any part of the story from Mr. Ornato?
Mr. Engel did not correct or disagree with any part of the story.
Did Mr. Engel or Mr. Ornato ever after that tell you that what Mr. Ornato had just said was untrue?
Neither Mr. Ornato nor Mr. Engel told me ever that it was untrue.
And despite this altercation, this physical altercation, during the ride back to the White House, President Trump still demanded to go to the Capitol. Here's what Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary at the time, wrote in her personal notes and told the committee about President Trump's desire to go to the Capitol after returning to the White House.
I'm going to meet her pretty soon.
When you wrote POTUS wanted to walk to the Capitol, was that based solely on what the president said during his speech or anything that he or anybody else said afterwards?
So to the best of my recollection, I believe when we got back to the White House, he said he wanted to physically walk with the marchers, and according to my notes, he then said he'd be fine with just riding the beast. But to the best of my recollection, he wanted to be a part of the march in some fashion.
Okay, and just for the record, the beast refers to the presidential limousine?
Yes.
President Trump did not go to the Capitol that day. We understand that he blamed Mark Meadows for that.
So prior to leaving the rally site, when he got off the stage and everybody was making the movement back to the motorcade, I had overheard Mr. Meadows say to him then, as I had prior to Mr. Trump taking the stage that morning, that he was still working on getting an off-the-record movement to the Capitol. So when Mr. Trump took the stage, he was under the impression by Mr. Meadows that it was still possible. So when he got off the stage, I had relayed to Mr. Meadows that I had another conversation with Tony. The movement was still not possible. Mr. Meadows said, okay. And then as they proceeded to go to the motorcade.
All right, hold on real quick, guys. Let's see this. So you guys are saying it's probably not possible for him to do that in the motorcade. Let's look at the motorcade. So right now we're right there.
Raspberry need to clean your glasses.
Right where Raspberry need to clean my glasses.
Yeah, Raspberry needs to clean his glasses. He said he thinks Cheney looks good.
Let's see when he gets in this motorcade here.
I don't know.
To jam for him.
So that's let's see. You know what? It is possible maybe for him to reach the front. So look, he is right in the back seat. It's not like it's a limo. If he was in the limo, there might be a reason. But I think they're lying about it, to be honest with you.
Ever after that tell you that what Mr. Ornato had just said was untrue?
Neither Mr. Ornato nor Mr. Engel told me ever that it was untrue.
Right, Digga? I like the new picture.
Despite this altercation, this physical altercation, during the ride back to the White House, President Trump still demanded to go to the Capitol. Here's what Kayleigh McEnany, the White House...
you heard that already.
When you wrote POTUS wanted...
So to the best of my recollection, I believe...
Presidential limousine?
Yes.
That day. We understand that he blamed Mark Meadows for that.
So prior to leaving the rally site, when he got off the stage and everybody was making the movement back to the motorcade, I had overheard Mr. Meadows say to him then, as I had prior to Mr. Trump taking the stage that morning, that he was still working on getting an off-the-record movement to the Capitol. So when Mr. Trump took the stage, he was under the impression by Mr. Meadows that it was still possible. So when he got off the stage, I had relayed to Mr. Meadows that I had another conversation with Tony. The movement was still not possible. Mr. Meadows said, okay. And then as they proceeded to go to the motorcade, and Mr. Meadows had reiterated, we're going to work on it. So I talked to Bobby. Bobby has more information. Mark got into his vehicle. To my understanding, Trump got into the Beast. And after we had all arrived back at the White House, later in the day, it had been relayed to me via Mark that the president wasn't happy that Bobby didn't pull it off for him and that Mark didn't work hard enough to get the movement on the books.
The physical altercation that Ms. Hutchinson described in the presidential vehicle was not the first time that the president had become very angry about issues relating to the election. On December 1, 2020, Attorney General Barr said in an interview that the Department of Justice had not found evidence of widespread election fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. Ms. Hutchinson, how did the president react to hearing that news?
Around the time that I understand the AP article went live, I remember hearing noise coming from down the hallway, so I poked my head out of the office and I saw the valet walking towards our office. He had said, "Get the chief down to the dining room, the president wants him." So Mark went down to the dining room and came back to the office a few minutes later. After Mark had returned, I left the office and went down to the dining room, and I noticed that the door was propped open and the valet was inside the dining room changing the tablecloth off of the dining room table. He motioned for me to come in and then pointed towards the front of the room near the fireplace mantle and the TV, where I first noticed there was ketchup dripping down the wall and there's a shattered porcelain plate on the floor. The valet had articulated that the president was
once again hearsay,
extremely angry
he didn't see it happen.
The Attorney General's AP interview and had thrown his lunch against the wall, which was causing them to have to clean up. So I grabbed a towel and started wiping the ketchup off of the wall to help the valet out.
Sure you did. That's for what the
he said
help is
something
for.
To the effect of, he's really ticked off about this. I would stay clear of him for right now. He's really, really ticked off about this right now.
And Ms. Hutchinson, was this the only instance that you are aware of where the president threw dishes?
It's not.
And are there other instances in the dining room that you recall where he expressed his anger?
There were several times throughout my tenure with the Chief of Staff that I was aware of him either throwing dishes or flipping the tablecloth to let all the contents of the table go onto the floor and
big deal. People don't get mad.
Go everywhere.
And Ms. Hutchinson, Attorney General Barr described to the committee the president's angry reaction when he finally met with President Trump. Let's listen.
And I said, look, I know that you're dissatisfied with me, and I'm glad to offer my resignation. And he pounded the table very hard. Everyone sort of jumped, and he said, accept it.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The chair requests those in the hearing room to remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted our witness from the room. Pursuant to the order
she needs
of the committee of today,
Capitol Police.
Chair declares the committee in recess for a period
of
imagine that. 10 minutes.
All right, I'm going to pause this real quick.
Yeah, we don't need no security though, but they do.
Yeah, right.
You know,
now I got a
we
question.
Don't need any fences.
Yeah, we don't need security. A thought just came to my mind. Think about, maybe they wouldn't let Trump go to the Capitol for a reason. So, we all hear these conspiracy theories, which could be true. I don't know. That FBI or Nancy Pelosi or, the left had people in there to try and trigger people to get them to run inside. Because, it's called mob mentality. You see one person running and you're in a group of 1,000 people, everybody's going to start running, right? So think about this.
You have to. You're going to get trampled if you don't.
Right? So think about this, though. If President Trump had shown up at the Capitol that day, do you think people would have gone inside? Or do you think they would have ran? They're like, oh shit, the president's here. They would have all ran down to go see the president. If President Trump had walked over there like he wanted to, I bet you none of this shit would have happened. Because if I heard President Trump was there, I would have been like, oh shit, I got to go over here. President Trump's here. That's what I would have done.
The problem is, though, if he would have went there, it would have been after the Capitol had already been breached.
You know, that's
Now,
true.
how would that optic look like? It would be like, oh, he was there telling everybody to go in. So
that's true.
they're like, no, that's not a good idea, dude.
Yeah. Well, luckily we stopped the talk a little bit, so we can fast forward this committee hearing. Hopefully, we can get back to it when it's back on.
Yeah, I think they're all having a tuna sandwich or something right now. Anyway,
something.
Nope,
they're still not back yet.
Breaking the law if he went to the Capitol.
Oh, it looks like she's coming back in. Why does she need such big security? I don't understand that.
Why do you think?
That what Trump was trying to do was dangerous and illegal.
And they're in the where are they? They're in Capitol Hill right now. You know how much security is in there?
To the hearing room in the Cannon House office building.
Can't get in there. I don't know. You know, it's our house. Our taxes pay for that, but you can't go there. Can't get in there.
The president's orbit as well as part of.
I definitely can. I'm pretty sure I'm on the list somewhere. They took my.
Yeah.
The day that I was there, you can see, if you look at photos, I have a official White House press pass hanging from my frickin', and they wouldn't let me in. So.
Chair recognizes the young woman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
You mean the token Republican?
Before we turn to what Ms. Hutchinson saw and heard in the White House during the violent attack on the Capitol on January 6th, let's discuss certain communications White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows had on January 5th. President Trump's associate, Roger Stone, attended rallies during the afternoon and the evening of January 5th.
Oh, now they're bringing up Roger Stone.
D.C.
What else they got?
On January 5th and 6th, Mr. Stone was photographed with
I met him in Las
members
Vegas.
of the Oath Keepers.
I took pictures with
who were
them.
allegedly serving as his security detail.
What's wrong with that? The Proud Boys were too.
Multiple members of that organization have been charged with or pled guilty to
You
crimes
just had a security detail walk one of your people out.
Mr. Stone has invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination before this committee. General Michael Flynn has also taken the fifth before this committee.
Hey, Brad.
Mr. Stone previously had been convicted of other federal crimes unrelated to January 6th. General Flynn had pleaded guilty to a felony charge also predating and unrelated to January 6th. President Trump
save his kid from going to prison.
weeks after the presidential election. And in July of 2020, he commuted the sentence Roger Stone was to serve. The night before January 6th, President Trump instructed his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, to contact both Roger Stone and Michael Flynn regarding what would play out the next day. Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that President Trump asked Mark Meadows to speak with Roger Stone and General Flynn on January 5th?
That's correct. That is my understanding.
And Ms.
Yeah,
Hutchinson,
just say
is it your
yes to everything I
Meadows
asked you.
called Mr. Stone on the 5th?
Right.
I'm under the impression that Mr. Meadows did complete both a call to Mr. Stone and General Flynn the evening of the 5th.
Not my impression. Not
And
my
do you know
impression,
what they
so
talked
that
about
evens
evening,
out.
Ms. Hutchinson?
I'm not sure.
What do you guys think?
Is it your understanding that Mr. Giuliani...
All right, sorry. I'm going to pause this. I'm going to ask you guys help real quick. I'm doing my eBay while I'm here. I'm going to show you this mug. I got this mug. Look, I don't even think this museum's around. It's a CCCP museum. It's called the State Museum of Political History of Russia. I can't find this mug anywhere on the internet. How much do you think I should list it for? I'm thinking like $29.99. What do you think? This has got to be a piece of history, right? I don't know. Just type in the chat what you think, guys. Help me out.
In the war room.
And what was your view as to whether or not Mr. Meadows should go to the Willard that night?
I had made it clear to Mr. Meadows that I didn't believe it was a smart idea for him to go to the Willard Hotel that night. I wasn't sure everything that was going on at the Willard Hotel, although I knew enough about what Mr. Giuliani and his associates were pushing during this period. I didn't think that it was something appropriate for the White House Chief of Staff to attend or to consider involvement in. I made that clear to Mr. Meadows. Throughout the afternoon, he mentioned a few more times going up to the Willard Hotel that evening, and then eventually dropped the subject the night of the 5th and said that he would dial in instead.
So General Flynn has appeared before this committee, and when he appeared before our committee, he took the 5th. Let's briefly view a clip of General Mike Flynn taking the 5th Amendment.
So what? He took the 5th. Big deal.
General Flynn, do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
Nothing's free, Josephine.
Isn't Pelosi taking the 5th?
Yes.
Oh, they don't interview her.
No, because she took the 5th.
Did she?
But nobody else can. Well, it's basically, yeah. I'm going to plead the 5th if you guys call my name. I'm not going to say nothing. So don't even call my name. I plead the 5th.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Same difference, right?
Yes.
Is it the same thing?
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
Can I get clarification?
Their audio is so bad.
I'm asking both.
What violence?
All right, I'll put it for $49.99. I have make offers.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified morally?
Take the 5th.
You believe the violence on January 6th was justified legally?
How many times is she going to repeat that?
General Flynn, do
Same
you believe
question.
in a peaceful
Holy
transition
crap.
of power in the United States of America?
The 5th.
So, guys, I'm supposed to go appear in front of this. I actually got a letter to appear in front of the January 6th Commission. They subpoenaed my cell phone records from Verizon. Verizon sent me a letter saying that I had like 7 days to respond with my lawyer's reason why not to give them my records. Okay, so I got a lawyer. I got his name is Norm Pattis. He is Alex Jones's lawyer, right? So he called me up and we're talking about this, and he says, "Hey Eddie, well, did they subpoena you?" And I was like, "No, they just sent me a letter saying I need to come." And he said, "So do you want to go?" I said, "No." He's all right, hold on a second. So he wrote them back, and he said, "Look, he's all, F you guys. Eddie's not coming, and even if he does, all he's going to do is plead the 5th to every single question you ask him." So guess what? For some reason, they didn't take me in. I think they're afraid of my lawyer. I heard my lawyer, my attorney, Norm Pattis, is like one of the best you can have. Right? So, I don't know. And the guy who hooked me up with them, which is a lawyer for some of the Proud Boys, he said, "Eddie, I got you a smoking deal on him." And it cost me $3,000 for him to write that one letter, right? But I'm thinking to me, that's not a smoking deal, but apparently he's going to do everything for me for $3,000. So hopefully.
Yeah, that's actually probably a pretty good deal.
Yeah, for a guy who works for Alex Jones, $3,000.
Yeah, and hopefully that's the only pay you'll have to pay out.
I hope so. But I'm just going to plead the 5th every single question.
Right.
Conduct of Donald Trump and Mark Meadows during the attack on the Capitol. Ms. Hutchinson, I'd like now for us to listen to a description, your description of what transpired in the West Wing during the attack. For context, in this clip, you describe the time frame starting at about 2 p.m.
So I remember Mark being alone in his office for quite some time, and I know we've spoken about Ben Williamson going in at one point, and I don't personally remember Ben going in. I don't doubt that he had gone in, but I remember him being alone in his office for most of the afternoon, around 2 o'clock to 2:05. Around 2 o'clock to 2:05, we were watching the TV, and I could see that the rioters were getting closer and closer to the Capitol. Mark still hadn't popped out of his office or said anything about it. So that's when I went into his office. I saw that he was sitting on his couch, on his cell phone. Same as the morning where he was just kind of scrolling and typing. I said,
"You're coming
"Hey,
good.
watching the TV, Chief?" Because his TV was small. And
You can't handle the truth.
I didn't know if he was really paying attention.
You can't handle the truth."
Yeah. The rioters are getting really close. Have you talked to the president? He said, "No, he wants to be alone right now." Still looking at his phone. So I started to get frustrated because,
Oh, she got frustrated. Oh, I must get to that.
Don't you know? Oh my gosh, did she get frustrated?
Oh, she got frustrated. How frustrating.
You can't stop it, but you want to be able to do something.
Oh no, poor girl.
And I remember thinking in that moment, Mark needs to snap out of this, and I don't know how to snap him out of this, but he needs to care. And I just remember I blurted out, I said, Mark, do you know where Jim's at right now? And he looked up at me at that point and said, Jim? And I said, Mark, he was on the floor a little while ago giving a floor speech. Did you listen? He said, yeah, it was real good. Did you like it? And I said, yeah. Do you know where he's at right now? He said, no, I haven't heard from him. And I said, you might want to
That's
check
not
in
the
with
first
Mark.
time she said, did you like it?
And I said, the rioters are getting close.
That's what she said.
They might get in. And he looked at me and said something to the effect of, all right, I'll give him a call.
Not long after the rioters broke into the Capitol, you described what happened with White House counsel Pat Cipollone.
Big award. Dig it.
She broke her vibrator.
No more than a minute.
Oh my gosh.
Minute and a half later, I see Pat Cipollone
That's,
down the
Digga,
hallway.
that's how she chipped her tooth, I think.
And rushed right
I
in,
did it
looked
again.
at
I
me,
packaged a
said,
cup before I
"Is
took the
Mark
photos
in
of
his
it.
office?" And I said, yes. He just looked at me and started shaking his head and went over, opened Mark's office door, stood there with the door propped open, and said something to Mark's still sitting on his phone. I remember glancing and he's still sitting on his phone. And I remember Pat saying to him something to the effect of, the rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to get the president now.
Yeah.
And Mark looked up at him and said, he doesn't want to do anything, Pat.
This is all hearsay. Imagine,
and very clearly.
imagine people putting you on trial, but you're not allowed
to talk,
to speak on your behalf.
Yeah. Well, and they'll say, well, you're allowed to talk, but you just declined.
This is getting out of control. I'm going down there.
Yeah.
And at that point, Mark stood up from his
And that's
couch,
what they're
holding his
doing with
phone
this
in his
new
hand,
thing.
his
They
glasses
passed the
on
new
still.
red flag law on your guns.
walked out
They
with
can
Pat.
now,
He put
if you
both
don't
his
like your
phones on
neighbor,
my
you
desk.
can just complain and say, I think the guy's crazy.
Yep.
And they can go confiscate his guns. But then he has to prove he's not crazy to get him back.
Yeah. Just like the FBI raided my house, and I still haven't got my stuff back.
A couple minutes later, so.
But I've never been arrested.
You're not.
Between 2:15.
I've never been arrested, but the FBI are allowed to take every single piece of equipment I had in my house.
I was there when the tweet went out, or if it happened right afterwards, but Jim had called. I answered the phone.
Yeah, I do, Sneaky Pete. It's easier for me.
He knew it was. I guess he knew it was. I introduced myself, but I don't remember if he called my cell phone or if he had called one of Mark's. But I answered the phone and said, 1 sec, Mark's on the hall. I'm gonna go hand the phone to him. He said, okay. So I went down. I asked the valet if Mark was in the dining room. Valet said yes. I opened the door to the dining room, briefly stepped in to get Mark's attention, showed him the phone, flipped the phone his way so he could see it said Jim Jordan. He had stepped to where I was standing there holding the door open, took the phone talking to Jim with the door still propped open.
The benefit of having 4 acres.
Back. So I probably was 2 feet from Mark. He was standing in the doorway going to the Oval Office dining room. They had a brief conversation, and in the crossfires, I heard briefly what they were talking about, but in the background, I had heard conversations in the Oval dining room at that point, talking about the Hang Mike Pence chants.
Oh, I heard them. They were saying that.
With you recalling that you heard the president, Mr. Meadows, and the White House counsel discussing the Hang Mike Pence chants, and then you described for us what happened next.
It wasn't until Mark hung up the phone, handed it back to me. I went back to my desk. A couple minutes later, him and Pat came back, possibly Eric Hirschman too. I'm pretty sure Eric Hirschman was there. But I'm confident it was Pat that was there. I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung. And Mark had responded something to the effect of, "You heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong." To which Pat said something, "This is effing crazy. We need to be doing something more." Briefly stepped into Mark's office. And when Mark had said something to the effect of, "He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong," knowing what I had heard briefly in the dining room, coupled with Pat discussing the hang Mike Pence chants in the lobby of our office, and then Mark's response, I understood there to be the rioters in the Capitol that were chanting for the vice president to be hung.
Just because you say something doesn't mean you're going to do it.
The rioters chanted hang Mike Pence. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, said that, quote, Mike deserves it, and that those rioters were not doing anything wrong. This is a sentiment that he has expressed at other times as well. In an interview with ABC News correspondent Jonathan Karl, President Trump was asked about the supporters chanting hang Mike Pence last year. Instead of condemning them, the former president defended them.
Because it's common sense, John. It's common sense that you're supposed to protect. How can you, if you know a vote is fraudulent, right? Yeah. How can you pass on a fraudulent vote to Congress?
President Trump's view that the rioters were not doing anything wrong and that, quote, Mike deserved it, helps us to understand why the president did not ask the rioters to leave the Capitol for multiple hours. In fact, he put this tweet out at 2:24 p.m.
It's because they wasn't doing anything wrong.
Ms. Hutchinson, do you recall seeing this tweet in which the president said the vice president did not have the courage to do what needed to be done?
I do.
Fuck Ms. Hutchinson, what was your reaction when you saw this tweet?
As a staffer,
what's up, Corey and Michelle?
To always represent the administration to the best of my ability and to showcase the good things that he had done for the country. I remember feeling frustrated, disappointed.
Oh, feelings,
really,
whoa,
it felt
whoa,
personal.
whoa,
I was really sad. As an American,
how does that make you feel?
There you go, Grah.
Yeah.
It was unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie. And it was something that was really hard in that moment to digest, knowing what I'd been hearing down the hall in the conversations that were happening, seeing that tweet come up and knowing what was happening on the Hill.
Fuck you.
And it's something that I still struggle to work through the emotions of that.
I gotta make that one louder.
Ms. Hutchinson, we have also spoken to multiple other White House staff about their reaction to Donald Trump's 2:24 tweet, condemning Mike Pence for not having the courage to refuse to count electoral votes, an act that would have been illegal.
That's a mug.
Matthew Pottinger, a former Marine intelligence officer who served in the White House for 4 years, including as Deputy National Security Advisor, was in the vicinity of the Oval Office at various points throughout the day. When he saw that tweet, he immediately decided to resign his position. Let's watch him describe his reaction to the president's tweet.
One of my staff brought me a printout of a tweet by the president. And the tweet said something to the effect that Mike Pence, the vice president, didn't have the courage to do what should have been done.
Wait a minute. Something to the effect. Fuck that. What did it say?
I know, right? Yeah, say it exactly.
What do you mean something to the effect?
Right? Hey, you know,
it's got to say something specifically, not something
right.
to the effect, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And, you know, I learned a lot of my law shit from Judge Judy, but if you ever watch Judge Judy and somebody says, well, basically, she's like, no, not basically. What did they say? Well, they basically, no, I'm not, it's not basically. Either tell me exactly what they said or don't tell me nothing at all.
No. It was something to the effect. It wasn't what he said. It's what I heard him say. It's what I think he said.
Exactly.
In my opinion, me being Adam Schiff.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
What a joke. Hold on, can you guys hear this?
What happened? Do balls drop off?
How do these people get in charge of running our country? They've got to all been, they had to cheat or whatever to get there. How did all this shit happen, man? How those people get there?
Yeah.
Elitist, quote unquote. Come on, man. Get real. I try to keep dropping the F-bomb, or try to not drop the F-bomb, but come on, man. Yeah. All right, I'm back quiet. Shit.
Yeah, all right.
And made a decision
at
that
to the
moment
effect,
to resign. That's where I knew that I was leaving that day, once I read that tweet.
Ultimately, members of the White House staff, Sarah Matthews, cabinet members Secretary Chow and Secretary DeVos resigned as well. Here is Secretary DeVos's resignation letter. As you can see, in resigning on January 6th, Secretary DeVos said to the president, quote, "There's no mistaking the impact your rhetoric had on the situation, and it is the inflection point for me." Let's also look at Secretary Chow's resignation statement.
Yeah, and I bet they work for a Democrat
Chow
now.
Resigned. She spoke of the January 6th attack, and she said, quote, "As I am sure is the case with many of you, this has deeply troubled me in a way I simply cannot set aside." Ms. Hutchinson, in our prior interviews, we've asked you about what the president's advisors were urging him to do during the attack. You've described roughly 3 different camps of thought inside the White House that day. Can you tell us about those?
There was a group of individuals that were strongly urging him to take immediate and swift action. I would classify White House counsel's office, Mr. Hirschman, Ms. Ivanka Trump in that category of really working to get him to take action and pleading with him to take action. There was a more neutral group where advisors were trying to toe the line, knowing that Mr. Trump didn't necessarily want to take immediate action and condemn the riots, but knowing something needed to be done. And then there was the last group, which was deflect and blame. Let's blame Antifa. These aren't our people. It's my understanding that Mr. Meadows was the deflect and blame.
Did I do that?
But he did end up taking a more neutral route, knowing that there were several advisors in the president's circle urging him to take more action, which I think was reflected in the rhetoric released later that day in the videos.
You told us that the White House counsel's office was in the camp encouraging the president to tell the rioters to stop the attack and to leave the Capitol. Let's listen.
White House counsel's office wanted there to be a strong statement out to condemn the rioters. I'm confident in that.
Now let's look at just one example of what some senior advisors to the president were urging. Ms. Hutchinson, could you look at the exhibit that we're showing on the screen now? Have you seen this note before?
That's a note that I wrote at the direction of the Chief of Staff on January 6th, likely around 3 o'clock.
And it's written on a Chief of Staff note card, but that's your handwriting, Ms. Hutchinson?
That's my handwriting.
And why did you write this note?
The Chief of Staff was in a meeting with Eric Hirschman and potentially Mr. Philbin, and they had rushed out of the office fairly quickly. Mark had handed me the note.
You guys want it again? Okay. They said do it again.
And started dictating two phrases on there, one illegal and then one without proper authority. The illegal phrase was the one that Mr. Meadows had dictated to me. Mr. Hirschman had chimed in and said, also put without legal authority. There should have been a slash between the two phrases. It was an or if the president had opted to put one of those statements out. Evidently he didn't. Later that afternoon, Mark came back from the Oval Dining Room and put the palm card on my desk with illegally crossed out, but said we didn't need to take further action on that statement.
So, to your knowledge, this statement was never issued?
I can't wait till this is done,
My
bro.
knowledge, it was never issued.
And Ms. Hutchinson, did you understand that Ivanka Trump wanted her father to send people home?
That's my understanding, yes.
Let's play a clip of you addressing that issue.
Well, anybody can say that. I mean, come on.
I remember her saying at various points, she wanted her dad to send them home. She wanted her dad to tell them to go home peacefully, and she wanted to include language that he necessarily wasn't on board with at the time.
You will hear more about this at our later hearings, but we have evidence of many others imploring Donald Trump and Mark Meadows to take action. Here is some of that evidence, text messages sent to Mark Meadows during the attack. This is a text message at 2:32 from Laura Ingram. Hey Mark, the president needs to tell people in the Capitol to go home. And the next message, this is hurting all of us. And then, he's destroying his legacy and playing into every stereotype. We lose all credibility against the BLM Antifa crowd if things go south. The president's son, Don Jr., also urgently contacted Mark Meadows. At 2:53, he wrote, he's got to condemn this shit ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough. As you will see, these are just two of the numerous examples of Trump supporters and allies urging the president to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol. It would not have been hard for the president to simply walk down to the briefing room a few feet down the hall from the Oval Office. As Nora O'Donnell noted during an interview with House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, where Leader McCarthy said he believed the attack was un-American.
I want to quickly bring in Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader. Leader McCarthy, do you condemn this violence?
I completely condemn the violence in the Capitol. What we're currently watching unfold is un-American. I am disappointed. I'm sad. This is not what our country should look like. This is not who we are. This is not the First Amendment. This has to stop, and this has to stop now.
Leader McCarthy, the President of the United States has a briefing room steps from the Oval Office. The cameras are hot 24/7, as you know. Why hasn't he walked down and said that now?
The cameras are hot 24/7? Well, where's this footage?
I know, right?
Cameras are hot 24/7.
Mike Gallagher also.
Don't you like it how they keep changing the narrative?
Mr. President,
Cameras are hot 24/7.
You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off. The election is over. Call it off. This is bigger than you. It's bigger than any member of Congress. It is about the United States of America, which is more important than any politician. Call it off. It's over.
Just like Pelosi said, it's about the children as she elbows the little girl away from
Many
her.
people close to Donald Trump were urging him to send people home. He did not do so until later, much later. At 4:17 p.m., Donald Trump finally told the rioters to go home and that he loved them. Here's a portion of the video President Trump recorded from the White House.
What's wrong with that?
A portion. Here's a portion.
Yeah, a portion.
So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil.
I think you're right,
Is this
Bart.
the stand down, stand by?
But go home and go home in peace.
No.
But as we will show in even greater detail in future hearings, Donald Trump was reluctant to put this message out. and he still could not bring himself to condemn the attack. Ms. Hutchinson has told us that too.
The one that he put out at 4:17.
I'm sure they've discussed it, and just to elaborate if I hadn't already at that point, I recall him being reluctant to film the video on the 6th. I was not involved in any of the logistics or the planning for that video. I just remember seeing the video go out and feeling a little shocked after it went out.
On the evening of January 6th and the day after, the president's family and his senior staff and others tried to encourage the president to condemn the violence and commit to the peaceful transition of power. At 3:31 p.m. on January 6th, Sean Hannity of Fox News texted Mark Meadows.
That's right,
Mr.
Ronnie.
Hannity
Trump
said,
shoved
quote,
that kid.
He make a statement.
Trump's
I
fault.
saw the tweet. Ask people to leave.
Here, you guys want to see what it looks like when the FBI raids your house? Yes, I know I have a lot of stuff in my house, in front of my house, but I sell stuff on eBay. Watch this. This is what it looks like when the FBI raids your house. All this for a crippled guy on a mobility scooter. Look, they're going to break down my door. They got their weapons pulled. They moved my camera around to pull out a crippled guy. Look, they even broke my wall a little bit. See that little piece of... See, look, they're forcing me out. That's what happens.
I love how they look at right directly at the camera as they readjust it.
Right?
Oh, don't see me that I'm looking at you.
Yeah, right. And they
took. Thank God Hunter Biden's smarter than they are. Thank God.
They took every single piece of electronic equipment in my house. They left me without a cell phone. And I'm like, you know, I'm a disabled man living by himself. What happens if I fall and hurt myself? How am I going to call for help? You took my computers. You took my iPad. You took my phones. They said, that's not our problem, is it? And so I said, well, am I under arrest? And they said, no, you did nothing wrong. That was their words. You did nothing wrong. We're not here for you. That's how Americans get treated.
If I did nothing wrong, then why are you breaking in my house?
Right? Because, see, I'm a journalist, and I actually work for a radio station. I have an official press pass. I have an official White House press pass, which they took that day. Right? So I didn't have to give them any of the information they asked for. So they knew I wouldn't. So they raided my house because I wouldn't give them what they wanted. That's what they do, folks. If you don't give them what they want, they just come take it.
Leave the Capitol. Later that evening, Mr. Hannity sent another text message to Mark Meadows. This time,
now it's Hannity.
A link
yeah,
to a
right.
Tweet.
Oh yeah, he really knows what the president's thinking.
That tweet reported that President Trump's cabinet secretaries
because of the Proud Boys,
were considering
Linda, yes.
invoking the 25th Amendment to remove President Trump from office.
Well, they need to do that right now.
As you can see on the screen,
right?
The 25th Amendment to the Constitution creates a process for the transition of power if a president is unfit or unable to serve. 25th Amendment has never been used to remove a president. But the committee has learned that after the attack on the U.S. Capitol,
we need to
this
do
was
it right
being
now.
discussed by members of President Trump's cabinet
right
as
back.
a way of stripping the full power of the
Gotta find a big enough box for this bad
Donald
boy.
Trump. President Trump's supporters were worried. In addition to the tweet that he sent Mark Meadows after the attack, Sean Hannity apparently spoke with President Trump and warned him about what could happen.
I know, right?
We understand that this text message that Sean Hannity sent to Kayleigh McEnany on January 7th shows what Mr. Hannity said to the president. First, no more stolen election talk. Second, impeachment and 25th Amendment are real. Many people will quit. Ms. Hutchinson, you told us that you were hearing about discussions related to the 25th Amendment. Here's part of what you said.
Mr. Pompeo reached out to have the conversation with Mr. Meadows in case he hadn't heard the discussions amongst cabinet secretaries. And from what I understand, it was more of a, this is what I'm hearing. I want you to be aware of it, but I also think it's worth putting on your radar because you are the chief of staff. You're technically the boss. boss of all the cabinet secretaries, and if conversations progress, you should be ready to take action on this. Like, I'm concerned for you and your positioning with this. Reach out to me if you have any questions, or if I can be helpful with you at all.
Inside the White House, the president's advisors, including members of his family, wanted him to deliver a speech to the country. Deputy White House counsel Pat Philbin prepared the first draft of what would be the president's remarks on national healing, delivered by a pre-taped video on January 7th. When he arrived at the White House on the 7th, Mr. Philbin believed that more needed to be said, so he sat down and started writing. He shared the draft with Pat Cipollone, who also believed the president needed to say more. Mr. Cipollone agreed with the content, as did Eric Hirschman, who reviewed the draft. The committee has learned that the president did not agree with the substance as drafted and resisted giving a speech at all. Ms. Hutchinson, do you recall discussions about the president's speech on January 7th?
I do.
Let's listen, Ms. Hutchinson, to what you told us about that and about the process of crafting those remarks.
Wait, hold on. Hear what you said? Crafting those remarks, meaning she made them up.
And overhearing between him and White House counsel and Eric Hirschman as well, that Trump didn't necessarily think he needed to do anything more on the 7th than what he had already done on the 6th, when he was convinced to put out a video on the 7th. I understand that he had a lot of opinions about what the context of that announcement were to entail. I had original drafts of the speech where there were several lines that didn't make it in there about prosecuting the rioters or calling them violent. He didn't want that in there. He wanted to put in there that he wanted to potentially pardon them. And this is just with the increased emphasis of his mindset at the time, which was he didn't think that they did anything wrong. The people who did something wrong that day, or the person who did something wrong that day, was Mike Pence by not standing with him.
But the president's advisors urged him to give the speech.
Who convinced him to do the video on the 7th?
I'm not sure who convinced him, or if it was a group of people that convinced him.
Who was in the group that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of: Mark, Ivanka, Jared Kushner, Eric Hirschman, Pat Cipollone, Pat Philbin. Those are people that I'm aware of.
Do you know why that group of people thought it was necessary for him to release a statement?
I believe Kayleigh McEnany as well. From what I understood at the time, and from what the reports were coming in, there's a large concern of the 25th Amendment potentially being invoked, and there were concerns about what would happen in the Senate if the 25th was invoked. So the primary reason that I had heard, other than, we did not do enough on the 6th, we need to get a stronger message out there and condemn this, otherwise this will be our legacy. The secondary reason to that was, think about what might happen in the final 15 days of your presidency if we don't do this. There's already talks about invoking the 25th Amendment. You need this as cover.
The president ultimately delivered the remarks. Unlike many of his other speeches, he did not ad-lib much. He recited them without significant alteration, except one. Even then, on January 7th, 2021, the day after the attack on the U.S. Capitol, the president still could not bring himself to say, quote, "But this election is now over."
I wouldn't.
One other point about the speech, Ms. Hutchinson. Did you hear that Mr. Trump at one point wanted to add language about pardoning those who took part in the January 6th riot?
I did hear that, and I understand that Mr. Meadows was encouraging that language as well.
Good.
Thank you, and here's what you told us previously about that.
I think if he's elected, he'll release all the prisoners.
Not to include language about the pardon in that January 7th
I understood from White House counsel's office coming into our office that morning that they didn't think that it was a good idea to include that in the speech.
That being Pat Cipollone?
That's correct. And Eric Hirschman.
Ms. Hutchinson, did Rudy Giuliani ever suggest that he was interested in receiving a presidential pardon related to January 6th?
He did.
Ms. Hutchinson, did White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows ever indicate that he was interested in receiving a presidential pardon related to January 6th?
Mr. Meadows did seek that pardon. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Finally, this is done with the shit show, maybe.
I want to thank our witness for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witness, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witness. Without objection, the chair recognizes the vice chair for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by thanking Ms. Hutchinson for her testimony today.
Shut up.
We are all in her debt.
Yeah,
Our nation
blah, blah,
is
blah.
preserved by
At least
those
now we
who
can go watch
abide
some
by
real
their
court
oaths
cases.
to our Constitution.
Yeah,
Our
watch
nation
some
is
real
preserved
shit.
by those who know the fundamental difference between right and wrong. And I want all Americans to know that what Ms. Hutchinson has done today is not easy. The easy course is to hide from the spotlight, to refuse to come forward, to attempt to downplay or deny what happened. That brings me to a different topic. While our committee has seen many witnesses, including many Republicans, testify fully and forthrightly,
No,
this
you
has
guys
not
are
been
forcing
true of
them
every
to.
witness.
Scaring the
And we
shit
have
out of them.
received evidence of one particular practice that raises significant concern. Our committee commonly asks witnesses connected to Mr. Trump's administration or campaign whether they've been contacted by any of their former colleagues or anyone else who attempted to influence or impact their testimony. Without identifying any of the individuals involved, let me show you a couple of samples of answers we received to this question.
Oh, shut up.
First, here's how one witness described phone calls from people interested in that witness's testimony. Quote, what they said to me is, as long as I continue to be a team player, they know I'm on the right team. I'm doing the right thing. I'm protecting who I need to protect. You know I'll continue to stay in good graces in Trump world. And they have reminded me a couple of times that Trump does read transcripts, and just keep that in mind as I proceed through my interviews with the committee. Here's another sample in a different context. This is a call received by one of our witnesses. Quote, a person let me know you have your deposition tomorrow. He wants me to let you know he's thinking about you. He knows you're loyal and you're going to do the right thing when you go in for your deposition. I think most Americans know that attempting to influence witnesses to testify untruthfully presents very serious concerns. We will be discussing these issues as a committee, carefully considering our next steps. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Ms. Hutchinson, thank you. Thank you for doing your patriotic duty and helping the American people get a complete understanding of January 6th and its causes. Thank you for your courage in testifying here today.
Well.
You have
Oh, I like what
gratitude
Diggin
for this
just said.
committee and your country.
What'd you say?
Yeah, Diggin's got a
I know
good
it
point.
wasn't
Good
easy
point,
to sit
Diggin.
here today and answer these
Isn't
questions.
it interesting how they have Trump's whereabouts minute by minute, but they won't show any of Biden's calls, right?
Yeah.
All its candor and detail.
Hey, Anna.
So we got any live court going on?
Yeah, we do. Hey, Jane.
All they're doing
who have been
is just jerking each
outliers
other off
in our
here.
investigation.
Yeah.
The
Sorry.
small number
Yeah, let's go
who
to
have
live court
defied
now.
us outright. Those who
We'll go to Judge Boyd's room again.
Your
Right.
pre-deadline
Steve,
date
Judge Kim's on.
and
Let me
your
check out.
jury trial date. So if Mr. Johnson, if an agreement is not reached, what will end up happening is you will go to jury trial on that date. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson.
Well, I found this really cool surf channel, Eddie.
You're welcome.
Sometimes just for context, it's called Great Waves, or what's it called? Let me see. I'll find it. Send you the link.
What kind of channel is it?
It's called Great Waves.
What is it about, though?
Not surfing. It's just surfing footage.
Oh,
cool.
Surfing footage. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Guys and girls. What's it called?
All right, please just confer with them on your motion, please.
Yeah, well,
I know.
If we're doing court, we can't really show. If people are here to watch courtrooms, we can't show them freaking surfing videos, though, Grah.
No, I know. Well, it's just like if we're looking in between, looking for a live feed or something.
Okay.
Commercial stuff.
All right, let me change Restream real quick, guys. Oh, wait, I guess I don't have to do it on here. I can do it. I have another window open. We're just gonna start doing church stuff, or church. Why did I say church? Courtroom stuff. Let me update this channel.
Freudian slip or something there.
Yeah.
Little Freudian slip. It's all right.
Alright, I changed it now. Let's fast forward her. She always has way too much in between each one. Look at the lawyer with the look at the liberal lawyer with the mask on. That's why I'm glad we're behind, because we can fast forward through her nonsense.
Yeah, skip through the in-betweens.
Look at that. She changed. That's not the same red purse she had yesterday, and she changed it. It's still a red purse. It's just a different one.
Yes.
It's not the same one?
No.
Red purse is a red purse to me. I'm like, what the hell?
No, because I don't remember the tassels on the one from yesterday.
Huh.
I think we had a hearing back in this.
Do you have the phone with a Lopez, the court's phone?
No, because you had it when you called the judge.
Pretty bad when you can't find the paperwork.
Let me know.
Yeah, she's digging a hole deeper and deeper for treason, Anna.
All right, so state you're not in agreement to his going on this retreat, correct?
Correct.
Oh, some guy wants to go on a retreat. Come on, let's find a real court case.
Thank you.
Because you guys want to see this. If you guys didn't watch this with us yesterday, this judge, she will give people less time if they go get a vaccination.
Yeah, get that vaccine and we'll turn you loose.
Yeah.
You know, Drunk said the same thing that I said about it. You know, if they offer you, she's gonna sentence you to 160 hours, but we'll knock 40 hours off if you'll get the jab.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, let's talk about that. What about if I get all four of them? Will you just, call it even?
There we go.
Good morning. So what's going on with this case?
Judge, it's the first setting. I'd like to review discovery a little bit more. Talk to the client. They made an offer for pretrial diversion. I think we're going to work it out. But he said,
oh, this guy was on here yesterday.
Allowed him to get in. I'd like to try to call his friend, see if I can get in touch with him. So he can give me one more setting.
Like you asked me yesterday, would I hire this lawyer with the mask on? No.
Do you see what
Is this Samuel?
Yes.
It's on the recall.
Oh, thank you. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Samuel Rodriguez, can I have a 3-week reset date, please?
Oh, they're resetting it. Oh, yeah, their evidence is all splice video. Oh, here we go. All right, what do you guys think this guy's in for? I think it's going to be drunk driving.
I'm going to say marijuana.
You think marijuana?
No,
okay.
it won't be. No, it won't be marijuana. Hell, that's not even illegal anymore. What would it be?
In Texas, it is.
Oh, well, that's true. What would it be? Good question.
I think it's drunk driving. I think he's in here for drunk driving. Let's see.
Thank you for being on time and dressing appropriately for court. All right, so what is happening here? I saw that an offer was tendered and today is the plea deadline date.
Oh, I would Digger on this one.
Could be.
Yesterday. Part of the reason for my late entry into the case is Mr. Delbosky was neither informed of the plea nor of the plea bargain deadline, is what my understanding is.
No, he would have been. Okay. And let me explain to you why. Because when I bring attorneys come up, I have their client come up as well, and I tell them when their plea deadline date is. I tell every defendant, this is the date for your plea deadline date. So on May 24th, I was informed that all discovery was tendered, an offer was tendered.
Yeah, we got any Salty Army in here? Salty Army or Yeeters?
All right.
Who else we got? Jeff Mack?
I'm not going to belabor
Anybody?
the case, Judge, but I do need time to get up to speed, review other videos, and see if they actually match the written report. Credence and Bishop? Credence and Bishop? Credence and Mikey?
All right, he just said you got to see the videos. I'm pretty sure it's got to be DUI.
Oh.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 3-week reset on Delbosky, please?
26. Yeah, 3-week reset
is your plea deadline date. This is the last time I'm going to extend it. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
When is your plea deadline date?
26.
The 26th of
July.
Yes.
Just tell him you have dogs and she gives you a break, right? Isn't that what that guy did yesterday?
Yeah.
I was, I don't have any kids, but I got 6 dogs. Oh my God, you got 6 dogs. Oh, we need to get you home. We take care of those dogs.
It was just.
Okay, he's done. Let's see.
You were.
Come on.
I appreciate it.
Oh wow, we actually got a woman in jail now, or a woman in trouble.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Oh, I don't shoot anybody.
I know I said I was going to get this.
Brenda, not with all these witnesses.
I know I said I was going to get this off the docket today, but we have a little delay.
Judge, she's entered the PTD program. It's my understanding she signed the agreement maybe yesterday or something like that. It's being scheduled for orientation, so I think we just need a 30-day reset. Hopefully it'll be gone by then.
Oh,
there's a lot of
resets. Why was your
resets.
client late today?
I was late because there's actually no reason I got up late. And then by the time I tried to look for parking, I went in the parking garage and I had to go up. And by the time I came down, I was late.
She was here at 9:07, Your Honor.
And docket starts at 9 a.m.
Understood, Your Honor.
So how old are you?
I am going to be 39.
All right, so here's the thing, and this is the reason why I asked you. I don't believe in that nonsense.
39.
Male attorneys are looking at me that you don't ask the woman's age. I don't believe in that nonsense because I think we should all be happy to be here for the length of time that we're here, and we should own it. But you're gonna have to make sure that you set your alarm and answer the alarm because you can't be late for docket.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand?
Yes.
All right,
Oh,
so.
don't be late.
Norma, I need a PTD date, please. All right, we'll be back on August 4th.
Thank you.
And just get a reset form from Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
She's
you're welcome.
coming back August 4th. All right, let's use next. Look at this lawyer with his mask on.
Man. Did we ever get Digga a bot command?
No, not yet.
Oh, uh-oh.
I'll make one for her right now.
Yeah, what? I'm not going to accept responsibility for anything that you come up with for Digga.
Oh, Digga's my good friend.
I know, that's why I'm saying, because I already have a feeling I already know where your head's going.
Don't be shy. Ernest Tila.
What? She says, what? She don't even know what a bot command is. Just make it what? DIGGA, right?
Yeah, that's what it's gonna be.
I don't know, Digga. I plead the 5th. Today's the day to plead the 5th on everything, right?
All right, court is calling 2019 CR 7911, State of Texas versus Ernest Cheeler. Can I have parties announced for the record for the
Right,
state?
Mandy J. Who shows up late for court?
Right.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. Late. I had to stop at Taco Bueno on the way in. You know, I was really hungry.
Okay, Digga, do me a favor. Type in exclamation point DIGGA.
File the motion for continuance.
Oh, I'm going to. Can I do it?
You can do it for her.
Victim on this case, we've been in constant
Just so she knows. I want to see what it is.
This guy looks pissed. Why show up the court
Drum
all
roll,
pissed?
drum roll.
Yesterday, that her father passed away yesterday. And so she's traveling out of state. She currently resides in Colorado, but she's going to the East Coast for.
Oh no!
She's married to a Proud Boy.
I know. But your ass is grass now. I'm sorry. Your ass is grass.
She needs to go take care of those matters.
Now I have to be there if we all go to Vegas. Just see her jump you out of your car, man. I can see it happening, can't you?
Because it's just so recent. But we're asking for a continuance just based on the fact that she is.
You son of a.
Due to this recent tragedy.
I'll defer to the court.
I thought maybe it would be something like this if you typed it in. And I don't know if this will work or not if you type in Digga. And then see if you can add this to it, Eddie.
I need an acknowledgement of discovery completed.
Okay, we have another one.
Can you add that to it?
No, I don't have it in the file.
I don't know, maybe.
I bet you can.
Ferguson, I need a jury trial date on Mr. Cheeler.
I guess I have to accept responsibility for that part, don't I?
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Look at how this guy's standing in court. He's just pissing off the judge by standing there like that.
Oh no, Paul, not a good idea. Don't even go there.
Yeah, you don't want to do that one.
I don't want to go there. Either one of us. No,
everybody knows that's my trigger word.
If we could just get a little bit farther out, just to make sure that there's.
Yeah, I'm curious if you could add those little icons to whatever you add to their names. You know, maybe let's try Mandy J and see if that will just show up for Mandy J's combined.
Well, he July.
She's cool with that. Mandy J's cool.
He thought that was a good date.
I don't know, you know she's still here or not.
Is it Mandy with an I or a Y?
All right, how you
feel
about August 9th?
Myself?
Yes.
Okay,
and you do have to make it all one word, right? Did we figure that out?
All right, thank you.
I just made it Mandy. That's all I'm doing.
All right, thank you.
Mandy, that'll work.
His jury trial date is August 9th, and I'll extend his plea deadline date since the state has been granted.
Big win, I'll type it in.
So August 9th
right,
is his jury trial date and plea deadline date, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Just get a reset form from Miss Ferguson.
She's resetting everybody today. What the hell?
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to put her name.
Oh, yeah. She says, I'm here. I'm not started. We started this yesterday. I'm not taking the blame for this. I'll take the blame for Mandy J's response. Yeah, it looks kind of funny if Nightbot just puts that up. Nobody knows what it's about.
Now try it.
Okay, try it now, Digga. Try Mandy. Exclamation Mandy.
All right, let's get to her next case. That's the good thing about being behind in her courtroom, because she doesn't go very fast.
Paul says, we blame that Grah guy. Yeah.
It's always his fault.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it worked. Yeah, Fred. Exactly, Fred. Never cop to anything, dude. Never. I'm like, I don't know nothing about it. Right? I voted Biden.
Sure you did.
Sure I did, yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, look, Digga jumped right on the wagon.
I know that your
for
your felony case is not.
Can we add that to my? No, let's don't add those to my landing too. Oh no.
All right, Mr. Martinez, just stand behind the line.
Oh, this guy's in jail.
You have a case in county court at law number 7. I don't know any of the facts of the case. I know that your attorney for your felony case is not present, so we're not going to talk about any facts of this case. This is not being taken down by the court reporter. This is just me telling you what your rights are, okay?
You have the right to remain
So,
silent.
you're charged with assault, bodily injury, family, or household out of county court at law number 7.
Oh, he beat up
You
his
have a right
wife.
to remain silent, which means you don't have to speak with anyone if you don't wish to. You have a right to retain counsel or hire someone to represent you. If you are indigent and you cannot afford
this
to
is
hire
his
an attorney,
arrangement.
one will be appointed to
guess
you,
so, yeah.
but one will only be appointed to you after you fill out the necessary paperwork to determine if you are indigent. If you need help filling out that paperwork, then one of the clerks will help you with that. You will have a reasonable time and opportunity to consult with or talk with either your retained attorney or your appointed attorney. You may begin an interview with peace officers, police officers, or the state. You have a right to have your attorney present during those interviews if you so wish. Once you start speaking to them, you can terminate or stop that interview at any time you wish. Anything you say in the interview can be used against you in any court proceeding. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you're a foreign national, you have a right to consult with
Does
your
anybody know what character this is?
Your consulate.
Or is that no character at all?
If you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, you will be given the name of that attorney, and that
Look
attorney
closer,
must
Eddie.
contact you by the next business day.
Can you get
So
any
if you're
closer
getting a
now?
court-appointed attorney today, they'll need to contact you by
God, I don't know.
tomorrow at
I bet Hope
10:17
knows.
a.m.
Maybe.
I bet Hope.
Do you have any questions?
Yes.
As it relates to your rights that I've just gone over with you.
Yes, I just don't understand why I'm getting in jail. I mean,
Okay, here's the thing. I don't have any of that information for you.
You're in jail for beating up your wife.
I think the state is telling me that the bond's gonna got off your bond. But other than that, I
Willy
have
Wonka?
nothing else to
That
tell
looks
you.
like
I'm
Willy
only here to
Wonka?
tell you what your rights are, okay? So, do you need a court-appointed attorney?
no, I won't.
You know what it could
my
be?
attorney is supposed to be here because
Could be.
it's Andres Campos.
All right, so you do not wish to be interviewed for a court-appointed attorney?
No. That's why I
He's got his own attorney. He's done this so many
had
times.
an MTR with y'all, and so that case, this new case that I picked up on probation.
All right, here's the thing, Mr. Martinez. Your attorney would not appreciate you speaking to me about.
Yeah, Dig, it does look like a
here's the
Christmas,
thing,
some type of
I can't
Christmas
tell you any of that because I don't have that information. The only thing
character.
I'm here to give you today is what your rights are. It would probably be best for you not to speak to me about anything other than understanding your rights. The attorney will be here today, okay?
I'm sorry.
No problem. I understand when it happens, you're just wondering, why is this happening? But this is county court at law number 7. It's not out of this court, so I don't have any information to give you anyway, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you understand all of your rights?
Yes, ma'am. And I just barely
Looks like Scrooge. Oh, maybe,
barely,
huh?
got off my zone with my probation officer.
Okay, so here's the
No,
thing.
I wasn't
Your
Scrooge.
bond is
You don't
set
think
at
so?
$5,000.
No.
There's to be no contact with Brenda Martinez and no firearm possession. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna need you to sign this document. Signing it is not admitting guilt. It's just that I've given your rights to you. You
Everybody that
understand
buys
them.
something from me on eBay is getting a little bit of Donnie fur in their gift, in their whatever they're buying.
Oh, nice.
It's Donnie's gift to them.
And Ms. Ferguson, can you see where his attorney is?
I've been contacting him.
All right, what is his attorney's name? All right. Could you give me his number, please?
Here, hold on. You want to do that one?
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
I still can't believe he said that.
And Deputy Assistant.
What's up, Chris Robbery?
Oh, how many do we have on Twitch?
It doesn't tell me which
Oh.
the program I'm on.
Oh, somebody in there could probably tell you.
Diga's, oh no, Diga's not in there either.
Oh my, it says
Okay,
my
thank
name.
you.
Oh my.
Okay, who's next? Let's move to the next court case. We're doing good.
Okay, great.
Oh, he's not here. I'm just I'm
Three on Twitch.
these motions for John.
3. Oh, right on. Thank you,
We
Brad.
met with him via video conference. I was like, it's
Okay, so that
this
person's
month.
not here.
This is June 27th.
And then we also called a co-signer.
Okay, come on. She is so bad about going through her cases. She goes so slow. Here we go.
All right, so what is happening with this case?
Okay, just looking at them, what do you guys think? I'm gonna say robbery. Oh, Grah's not here, I guess. I'm gonna say
Judge,
robbery.
I think we were here today because last setting we got to
Yeah, I'm here.
our complainant.
I'm here. I'm having to wait till I see him. I'm like 5-6 seconds behind you.
Turned out not to be necessarily true. There was a juvenile hold. And then we pulled those reports and we provided them to defense now, so that he's aware of that. So I think today was just a status to make sure that that discovery had been provided, because last setting we were told that she was in set.
So we were here about 3 weeks ago, I think, maybe 4 weeks ago, and we had received.
Oh, Fred Kill's posting.
Into federal custody, was being investigated for federal crime.
Ronnie says drug related.
Reset for today to get to the bottom of that. We did at least a cursory investigation, and it doesn't appear that it was a federal offense, but it's a juvenile offense.
Thank
the
you,
state
Paul.
has provided me at least some of the police reports as to, well, the police reports that they have as to the juvenile offense that the complaining witness is charged with, and she's currently in juvenile custody.
All right.
So I suspect what we probably need from here is a trial date.
So is that his co-defendants in juvenile custody? Is that what they're saying?
All right. And the court needs an acknowledgement of discovery.
For the new stuff?
Yes. Ms. Ferguson, would y'all be available to go in July?
If the court's inclined to do that, Judge.
It will be when I'm here, late in July.
Okay, that assuages my concerns. We can figure it out.
All right.
Yeah, they want her because she's more lenient.
Somebody has a vacation letter?
I'm on vacation the first 2 weeks of July. I don't know what his vacation status is. Well, he doesn't have a letter.
He's not going. He's like, I'm not doing vacation. I think it's only the older attorneys such as myself and you that now realize vacations are very important.
Yeah, they are. I think we could set it, and we'll deal with it.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you put it in July, please, when I'm back?
I want to hear her sentence somebody again.
You're so nice. Thank you. Brenda, I believe everybody is important. The train cannot run if you don't have passengers.
Okay.
And if you don't have people to do pool maintenance. So.
Did they say what he's there for?
No.
I'm just waiting for Ms. Ferguson.
Yeah, 26. Great.
All right, so your jury trial date is going to be July 26th.
Do we need to be here on the 25th to announce and then pick on the 26th? Is that how you doing it, Judge?
No, we'll have you all here on the 26th unless there is some issue that I need to take up beforehand.
I don't think we have any issues.
All right, so we'll be here on July 26th. And everyone just remember, I don't know anything about the case until y'all present it to me. So if there's some video or something that I need to watch.
Say hello.
On the 26th, we'll be doing jury selection. So please have that to me by the 26th. So if there's some ruling that I can make or I need to make, I'll be able to make that before we seat the jury.
Sounds good.
All right. So because of the discovery issues and we discovered where the complainant is, that's going to be your jury trial date and your plea deadline date.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you. I'll just get a reset form from Ms. Ferguson. As you can
today
tell,
going to be all resets from her or what?
And whatever clothes you have at the jail, if you want something different, you'll have to speak to your attorneys. If there's an issue with the clothing exchange, let me know and we'll see what we can do to help expedite that.
Shouldn't be a problem. We got to get him something nice.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So they're not letting him out of jail to get some nice clothes.
Microsoft says, who made this live stream video?
I don't know who made it.
30,
All right, let's fast forward through. Let's get to our next court case. It's a good thing about being behind a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
I saw the
Are you
photos.
busy?
I'm like,
Skip the
they're so
paperwork.
beautiful.
Yes,
Right.
we're really busy.
Please tell me you at least had gelato while you were
I
there.
did.
Yeah.
Yes, it was amazing.
So, Mr. Brandon Sierra, come on up.
Yeah, Diggy, he's got bright eyes, but he's blind. You know, he's blind and he's deaf.
From the state.
Okay.
And he's old.
Meet and go.
But he's doing all right. He's just still banging around and eating good. Got a cold nose.
Hold on, I'm trying to. You're gonna. I know in a minute you're gonna ask me what he's there for, and I'm trying to hear it, but I can't hear. You're so much louder than she is. It's all right. I'm just trying to prepare for when you ask me.
The state, they are voluminous, and so I'm still reviewing some of those as well to be able to go with that.
All right.
I think he's in for assault.
Sierra, can I have a 30-day reset, please?
Okay.
Look at this, another reset.
Keep on keeping on.
Okay, they're just gonna keep resetting people.
May 26th.
Okay, here's our next contestant up on the Price is Wrong.
Yeah, on the poke is right.
And I returned just as quick, Judge.
You did. All right. So in this case, this is family violence. We were here on May 26th. And
Family
the state
violence
was reviewing
domestic
case or something.
Yes, Your Honor. I followed up with Marissa today. We're still awaiting some police reports and medical records. It looks like that case is going to be more controlling than the other case. So we are still needing some discovery on it. In defense, I believe, just got appointed to that case as well, or hired on.
Okay, so what is the other case?
It's an aggravated assault.
And has that been indicted?
No, it's still pre-indictment.
Does anybody know the pre-indictment number?
I can find it.
All right, Mandy, drive safe.
CM
Okay.
095-010.
Oh, on page 9?
On page 12.
12, okay.
It's at the bottom. Right underneath page 50.
What's that he had? Oh, is that paperwork? What is that the lawyer has in his hand?
He's got lunch. Oh, a hat. He's got a hat, I think.
No, it looks like a bunch of, is that folders or what is that?
Well, yeah, there's folders, but the white thing looks like a hat.
All right.
Yeah, that's a hat. The white, that's a hat.
State any
and a bunch of
idea when that will
cases.
be presented to the grand
Oh, I
jury?
see. Okay,
Is it
okay.
presented to the grand jury?
It should be getting presented to the grand jury. I'm not sure. I'll check with Marissa again this afternoon to see if she received any more information.
All right, I'm gonna do something that I rarely do. This will be the third time that I've done this, Brenna. I want to say the third time. Norma, can I get a 45-day reset?
I appreciate it.
I know you're stunned, right?
Yeah.
Don't let your attorney fall.
Have you noticed yesterday she gave everybody all the same stuff. Today she's giving everybody all the same stuff. Does she just choose everybody's gonna get a reset?
All right, August 23rd.
August 23rd.
All right, so here you are bringing up Billy D. Williams. You know, we're the only people who, I don't know if anybody else remembers Billy D. Williams.
I remember Billy D. Williams.
You don't remember Billy D. Williams, do you? Or the commercial? All right, we're aging ourselves.
He drops the niggas complaining about my command bot. He doesn't know the other one.
Yeah.
But I don't.
The appointment.
Okay, come on. Let's see another inmate at least. Like nobody was really.
Has all the
in jail.
paperwork been filled out?
I believe so, Your Honor. I would have to have the.
Okay, this is a district.
And,
this is somebody else.
Sean Henry, paperwork. Thank you for popping in.
Yes, ma'am. Take care.
You too. Make sure you fill out.
Here we go. Yeah, Ronnie's right. He's probably like a public defender and has like 20, 30 clients.
All right, we're gonna bring you back on July 21st.
Another reset. What the fuck?
You're gonna get a reset form. Your attorney is currently in jury trial, but your attorney and you need to make sure you fill out the paperwork and actually send it to the prosecutor. You understand?
Yeah, I know. I have the email where I filled it out, but I guess Sean probably never.
No. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All these are resets.
The only guy in the whole place with a mask on.
Right. Well, you know, the government told them to wear it.
Yeah, which means, oh, whatever you say, Judge, I comply.
Right. Okay, this guy's an orange. Orange normally means pretty bad. I'm gonna say drugs.
Right, the court is calling 2022 CR 6053W, State of Texas versus Francisco Javier Herrera. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? For the defense.
Anybody like
Mr.
cupcakes?
Herrera?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, do you have any objection to Mr. Barron standing in for Kelly Green?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, I'm showing you what's entitled acknowledgement of discovery. Have you received all the discovery in this case and that you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge, we believe so.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Herrera, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm going to show you a document entitled waiver indictment, reading of the information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to have a grand jury hear the evidence in this case and make a decision on whether or not to indict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that your attorney has a right to have 2 days expire from the presentation of the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you also understand that your attorney has 10 days to prepare for trial once he's received the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry about that. Did
What's
you
in the drink,
understand
brah?
by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived indictment, reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure.
Serious.
Next, showing you the document entitled information. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the information?
We do, Your Honor.
State, I'm assuming you're proceeding, it's listed as enhancement allegations, but I'm assuming you're proceeding on that for jurisdiction purposes? All right. All right, Mr. Herrera, I'm going to show you what's entitled court admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of evading arrest, detention, second or more? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and $1,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Listen to the last question.
Counsel, has
Listen
your
to
client
the
been able to
last
provide you with any
question.
defenses?
No, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Mr. Herrera, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the one,
Court will
girl,
find
you're
that the
looking for?
defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Next, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed.
It's amazing how they just get to add shit to
$1,000 fine to be
court
prorated, and the
proceedings.
state recommends
Just,
community
I'll just
supervision.
add it.
Did you understand
Just
that
add
to
a
the plea
sentence.
bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is at the plea bargain agreement.
It is.
State is at the plea bargain agreement.
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled.
I would love hear someone say that. Are you a U.S. citizen? That I just wish they'd go.
Yes, Your Honor.
What if I wasn't? Am I free to go?
The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yeah, I'm not, and I'm just here to get my check for $250,000. You guys promised. What happened to that?
Community supervision before a term of 2 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation.
What happened to that, right?
Community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations?
We don't hear about that anymore.
Does not have to follow those recommendations.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged in the information, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
State any evidence to support the defendant's no contest plea.
Yes, Judge. State office states Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objection, Judge.
Mr. Herrera, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony?
Yes, I do, Chris. That's what I'm doing right now.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to
duty.
stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Doing a little double duty today, guys.
I guess Microsoft Sam had a question we must have missed or something.
Oh, did we?
Sorry, Sam. You have a question, or can we help you with something?
What is my store name?
All right. After reviewing
B&B
states
Thrift.
Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, please, Judge.
All right. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Just, we just have some quick follow-up.
All right, Mr.
Microsoft
Burrell,
Sam,
why are
can you
doing
hear me?
this?
Blaming on all offenses. I have a history of doing the evading arrest, and I have a history of.
I'm sorry, I need you to speak up.
I have a history of evading arrest, and I have a history of criminal trespassing.
Can you pull that down because? Okay.
I have a history of criminal trespass, ma'am, and a history of evading arrest.
We're gonna have to spam Sam.
It just showed up and it became normal to me to just
Ask him what he wants, and he doesn't reply.
But what I'm looking at here in the
I just
police
started
report
again.
Oh, you're good.
is
Okay.
bothering customers at a
Okay.
location.
I was.
So let's start with there. Why are you
I think
bothering
he was just
customers
wondering if
at a
we were
location?
live or something. I don't know.
No, I was telling Chris I just started my
kind of,
eBay store again,
I'm a
so
bit
there's
of,
not very much stuff in there right now.
got frustrated that day, and that became a little bit abrasive as far as asking them for help as far as giving me some money.
How old are you?
I am
Oh, he's frustrated, Your Honor. It's about his feelings, so I
He's
cut
frustrated.
him a
Hold on.
break.
I have 2 daughters,
What are their ages?
18 and 15.
He's frustrated.
How are they surviving?
I'm frustrated.
Mother, she's been married.
Okay, so that means
Oh,
that you're
man.
not providing anything
But if
for
you
them.
use that more
Why don't you
often.
get a job?
Why don't you get a job? Oh, because I'm frustrated.
So what are you planning on doing with the rest of your life?
Drugs,
I'm gonna
alcohol.
go back to what I went to school for.
As little as possible.
So just gonna go get some
Drugs and alcohol.
So why are you unemployed? That's what I don't understand. We've gotten past the point of you always running when the police make contact, but I don't understand why you are unemployed. How are you supporting yourself?
He's not.
Mandy J, what should he do? He's unemployed. He make that little puppy dog face, and
Has
the
those
judge's gonna go
jobs
easier.
including stopping
Little
people,
baby
asking them
face.
for money?
Wait a second. Do I hear a baby crying?
No, but on my extra time that I've been doing this, kind of handling here.
Yeah, and that's what handling is, asking people for money. So that's been
Oh,
part
he
of your
panhandles.
job.
That's how he makes
Here's
money.
the thing. I can
Oh,
just send you,
so he is gainfully
save
employed.
your facility time if you wish to do that, but you're not gonna be panhandling anymore. You're gonna get a real job, a job where you have to go in every day to work. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
What? You're
So,
not my mommy.
Is there a
You
specific
can't tell me
reason
what kind of job to get.
why
See,
you
I like this
choose
judge a little
to
bit, but
live
some of
your
the
life
stuff I
the
don't
way you're
like.
living it?
Hey, Willow.
Mandy J says
Who
Quaaludes.
wants to be in San Antonio It's 104 degrees, standing on a corner, panhandling. I don't know how much money people are making in San Antonio, but to stand out in the
Exactly,
heat,
Ronnie. The guy would have been a
begging
lot
people to
better
give
off
you
to
money,
just not say a word.
and who wants to do that for a living?
Hey,
Maybe
Willow,
it's very
feeling better, I
I don't
hope.
know, but I think when you balance the standing in the heat part, not that lucrative.
I've seen panhandlers. They make pretty good money.
So,
Yeah, man, I'm
have you
telling
been
you.
using drugs? When's the last time you used drugs?
Yesterday.
Have I been using drugs? No, that's why I'm frustrated. Have I been using drugs?
No.
I thought drugs were illegal. Oh, wait a
I
minute.
want to know what drugs you've been using.
I've been using crystal meth and Climax.
Crystal meth and what?
No, I think we all know what it is.
Heroin.
Not from experience through use, but we've heard what it is. I'm just trying to get to the point of what your issue is. Because if we don't figure out what your issue is, you're going to be right back here doing the same thing.
All right.
I still want to know what she's mixing in that
What do you
cup.
want to do? You want to
There's
be
no
on
way
probation, or you
water.
want
It's
me to just send
bullshit.
you to the state jail facility and you do your time?
Well, it's a water back.
Okay.
It's a water back, Grah.
Is there anything else from either side?
Oh, okay.
All right. I'm going to send you to 1 year in the state jail facility.
Whoa.
Suspended and probated for 2 years.
Oh, probation.
There's a $1,000 fine to be probated.
Here comes the
120 hours community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not.
Yeah, don't forget, if you get that COVID vaccination, we're going to take 40 hours off of your community
get that
service.
jab, baby. Get that jab, you little meth head.
Requiring you to
You
know, he's like, shit, that's nothing worse than the heroin I shoot up every
I
freaking day.
I really shouldn't be so judgmental. He's probably a great guy, just has bad habits. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
give the guy a break, right?
Actually, no, Brad, that's true. She keeps pouring it out of a water bottle, but it could be vodka. You never know.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, maybe you got to drink to deal with these people all day long.
Vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. Has your parental rights been terminated?
No.
All right, so that means that you should be paying child support. And a lot of people don't read conditions of probation as thoroughly as they should. So what I'm telling you, as a part of your conditions for probation, you need to support your dependents.
Nice.
And your 15-year-old is a dependent. That means
that's
that
awesome.
your
I like to do
15-year-old
that.
is dependent upon you for her meals, for her clothing, for her shelter. You understand?
Yes, sir.
There's going to be parenting classes.
And so she's forcing him to get a
Once-
job, right? Or else he goes back to jail.
Yeah.
So he can't panhandle and work under the table and not show that to the taxes. So they're going to get him for his child support no matter what. I like what she's doing here. You know, some of the stuff I like. I don't like her saying if you get the jab, I'll reduce your sentence. But, you know.
Parenting classes are complete. The remaining hours will be waived. I'm going to want full-time employment. And for the court, full-time employment is at least 40 hours a week. You can do it by getting 2 part-time jobs. It's completely up to you, but you will have full-time employment here. You understand?
Nice.
And there's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month. We're going to do a TAP evaluation.
Did she say filmed visits?
TAP
I guess so, yeah.
In custody and out of custody.
In custody,
Filmed
about 2
visits.
weeks, and out of custody, probably about the same time.
I'm going to want a TAP evaluation while in custody. I'm going to want a referral to felony drug court. And I'm doing the TAP evaluation while in custody because I think at the very least, you need intensive outpatient treatment. And I'm not allowed to order that without a TAP evaluation.
TAP, okay, so that's what a TAP evaluation is.
Then it's going to.
Yeah, an outpatient treatment, which intensive, which is 2 hours, 2 days a week.
Yeah.
That's intensive outpatient treatment for 6 months.
But so remember we're wondering what was a TAP evaluation? Well, now we know. It means if what kind of drugs they're on, you know, if they're a drug addict, stuff like that. So there we go.
to be intensive outpatient treatment through probation. You need to be honest with felony
Hello,
drug
Sam.
felony drug
Sam
court
likes
is a
to
good
just say
program. They'll
hello.
help
Hello,
you with any
Microsoft
of your
Sam.
drug addictions, but also help you get your life in order. You
Hello.
understand? So be honest. All right. So
Well, I got an
TAP
elliptic
evaluation in custody, referral to felony drug court. And felony drug court, since it's a Tuesday, they'll probably be able to see you
Hey,
before the
Sam.
week is out.
Hey, Sam.
Of course, if
Hey,
felony
Sam.
drug courts accept him right away,
Hey, Sam.
then
Hey.
it can be transferred to
Hey,
felony
Sam.
drug court and they'll handle
Hey,
your
Sam.
conditions. We're gonna do
Hola, ¿qué onda?
Hey, Sam.
reporting
Hey, Sam.
in
Hey, Sam.
person
Hey.
2 times per month
Come on. You're not going to say
for
hey?
6 months.
Hey,
If there are
Sam.
no issues, then it'll be regular reporting thereafter. And we're gonna do the UA hotline.
The UA hotline.
That'll be.
Oh,
I
wonder
don't
what
know
that
what,
is.
At least I don't remember what.
That means
location
they have
he
to
was
call
at.
in every day, and if
Is
they
there
get
no
called for
contact
testing, they
for
have to
that
go in for
location or
testing.
no?
UA hotline.
All right.
Well, you know, they've got this strap now that they can put on your leg that notify them if there's any alcohol in your system. I wonder if that's a UA hotline.
And being very aggressive towards their customers.
I bet it is.
So,
I bet it is. Hey, Sam.
The location.
Let's see.
Just kidding, Sam.
All right, you are not to have. So there's to be no contact.
Well, it says UA
Los
hotline where you
Angeles
get plain P. I think I could be wrong.
Restaurant.
Oh, you. Okay. Well, you got
at
the
300
on that speed dial.
Zazamora. All right. Probation. Is there anything else he needs?
Your Honor, did you say anything about UAs?
Yes, it's UA hotline.
UA hotline. That's all.
All right. Is there anything else you need from me in order to be successful in this probation? All right. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal Defense.
Thank you, Judge.
Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. When people are out enjoying their meal, and let me try to say this as nicely and correctly as I can say, honestly, nobody wants to be out trying to order their meal, enjoy their meal, and somebody is coming up to them asking them for money. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and I think you want to have a dignity where you don't have to do that. Some people are in dire straits, they have to do that, but there's no reason for you not to be fully employed and make your own money so you don't have to go up to people asking them for money. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because those people worked hard. They worked hard so they could probably go out to this restaurant. I don't know how much they charge for their food there.
Don't you hate it when people walk up and ask you for
what
money?
they have from their employment to have a nice family time, have a nice meal with their family, and then you're coming up there harassing them for money. Don't do that. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that will be all.
I kind of wonder if Microsoft Sam is a bot or not
you.
sometimes.
Mr. Barons, if you have no one else with us, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
No, he's not a bot.
Everyone, the court is taking its break at 12.
Oh, what time is it?
Yes.
Oh, remember, we're behind.
I apologize for
Oh, right.
my tardiness and lack of appearing today. I guess I've become so spoiled from the pandemic with getting notices and emails.
For Zoom, yeah.
Yeah, and so it just did not make it on the way onto our docket.
Okay.
And so I failed to notify Mr. Martinez.
Oh, no, he is not in custody because of us. He's in custody because of my understanding from the prosecutors that a bondsman got off his bond in county court number 7. So that's why he's in custody.
The bonding company got off his bond?
That's what.
So the bonding company took his bond back.
You may want to check on that, but that's the reason why he's in custody for
Okay.
county court 7, not this court.
I see. I don't currently represent Mr. Martinez on that case, so I'm not familiar with what's going on with it. But I can do what I see what I can do to get to the bottom of that. But I apologize for talking this.
All right, sure. And if you want to confer with the state on his case, thank you.
In the process of, thank you.
Oh, they arrested 10 Antifa in Portland over the weekend.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be great if they find them? If they try and find them live on TV? Oh, on live TV, yeah, that would be great.
They arrested 12 people in Portland this weekend, or 10.
10, so yeah, and there's video of that.
Donnie's like, Dad, you finally turned on the air conditioner?
Yeah, you got the overhead air on?
All right, Mr.
No, the one in the
Trevino,
back
you can come
room.
forward.
Oh. Oh, Mandy J, where's my muscle? Mm-hmm. All right, if you must. Oh.
I'm your muscle.
All right, and
Yeah.
where's the state on
She's
Trevino?
wanting to know, asking about my love muscle.
Ah, your love muscle.
Ah.
Ooh.
Hey, Mandy J, call me. Just call me.
That's what she said.
All right. So,
Okay, this guy, what is he
Mr.
in here for?
Trevino, we're gonna call your attorney. Just have a seat, okay?
He just to let you know, he just contacted me about 10 minutes ago.
He's in there for bad choice of haircut.
The case was reset. I'm just waiting to get it.
Oh, no, I understand, but no, this case was never reset. So we're gonna contact him. Just have a seat, okay?
Thank
Thank you. Can you let the defense attorney know that that motion is not?
Good question, Chad. What do y'all think he's in there for?
Sworn to.
Type it in the chat.
Right.
So we have
I'm gonna say
I think a tentative agreement. The offer involves pleading on 2 new cases.
Yeah, support my OnlyFans.
There we go.
Before we decide if that's.
I'm gonna start an OnlyFans for Donnie.
So I'd just like a short reset, maybe a couple of weeks to do.
Should do that. Absolutely.
I mean, he shows his balls off every day. I might as well, right?
All right, so when is the tentative agreement?
Choke me up, man.
It would be for
see Donald Trump's balls at www.
One of the new cases is considerable.
Willow says he looks like a pervert.
He might be.
Why is she talking about me or the guy in front of the judge?
The plea on these cases, is that going to take care of the
It isn't,
offense?
Judge. The new case
Mandy agrees.
obviously is a serious victim case, so he's gonna have to plead it out, and I think that's what Nate was talking about.
Plead it out, plead it out.
Pre-indictment status.
Have we made Willow a command yet?
Nonetheless, I think
No,
we
not
have
yet.
a resolution. It's just
We're gonna leave that up to you.
Also to the non-MTR new case.
That's said better than how I said it.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Ambrose, can you set this?
Eddie's
for
Cannel
contested hearing
was joined
that
on
case?
YouTube in 2018. Oh,
All right, so
you
we're gonna
created
go
your
back on
channel in
Is that
2018?
enough time for everyone?
See, that tells you Sam's not apply.
All right.
Sam's probably from,
You're welcome, Ms. Ferguson.
I think Sam, he may be from Behind the Mirror.
Deputy, he needs to sign.
Sam, are you from Behind the Mirror?
All right, thanks.
Maybe Oreos? Who knows?
Who knows? Who
Yeah.
knows? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter wherever you're from. Glad you're here. Yeah, we're glad you're here. Sure, hit that thumbs up, thumbs down, either one, doesn't matter. Willow says the guy in court, she just wanted to clarify she wasn't calling us a pervert.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what's a kennel? Mandy J wants to know what you. Eddie made his kennel in 2018. It's a kennel. It's supposed to have been a kennel.
Now that I turned the air conditioner on in the bedroom, guess where Donnie went?
Right.
He's not stupid. Man, still.
Donald J. Trump.
Jeez, come on, this court lady takes forever. Oh wait, here we go. Wow, look at this guy.
Plea deadline date?
They're just ready to be set for trial.
No.
So oh no, I know, because I know it's a pain for you to switch. But no, on our prison girls, we're going to have to take time one day when it's slow, and because I know a lot of people enjoyed the The thing that
I'm
you
not
did where you
asking
put the
you
guy
to give me the
up.
free.
Okay, what do you think he was arrested
My
for? You
question
know?
for you is,
We can do
did
that.
you receive the
We can do that in a
city's
little bit.
offer, yes or
It's
no?
just I'm doing too many things at once right now.
Did you receive the
No,
offer
I know.
from the city,
Yeah,
yes
you.
or no?
Yeah.
All right, so you can sit down and tell them what the offer is.
I'm probably talking too much. Nobody can hear what's going on.
Oh, no. What ends
Plus, you
up
got me
happening
trying
is
to
you
add
confer with
people's
your client and see if
night
they are
box,
accepting the offer. If they're not, then they get a
I know.
juvenile thing.
Yeah, like you're not doing nothing.
All right, Mr. Marshall, if you'll have a seat. Carlos Gonzalez.
Burn the wick at the both ends of your candle.
Yeah, right.
We've reached an agreement before we take that up. I just wanted to see if the court would consider any alternatives to the 10 days county jail, doing the time straight.
I usually do that, GPS.
GPS, okay. And with the exception for work.
What is GPS, I wonder?
If he wants to use GPS for work, then that means that the GPS time will be extended.
Okay.
Maybe that's community service.
Okay.
I'll discuss that with him.
All right, thank you.
Let's see. What can we play real quick?
Who built the cage?
Oh, did she go on break?
Did she?
No, I don't know.
I don't think so yet. She's trying to get through a couple cases before it's done. So in the whole time we've been here, I've only listed 2 hours in the 3 hours we've been live. That's not very much, I don't think.
Well, that's an improper motion for continuance.
Oh, Eddie, what year did you born?
Proper motion for
I don't know.
All
Not sure, Sam.
Well,
what are you, a cop?
Yeah, right. Are you the FBI? You should know that already.
We've come to an agreement with the states. They are going to have him do
Sam, could you call me about extending my car warranty? When you get a minute.
DOEP, we're going to get him. I'm going to get him the flyer today, and hopefully we can get it in the next couple of weeks. I'm not sure what the county court schedule looks like, but we'll try to get there.
Oh, is this guy in cuffs, or is he just?
30 days.
I don't know.
County court is this?
5. County court 5. And you know they're quick.
Yes, who's 5?
Gloria.
Okay, all right. So then what we'll do is we will reset this for 30 days, and in those
Another
30
reset.
days, you need to have done that DOEP course. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Bennett?
I think he's just standing at attention.
All right, August 2nd, and please have entered the.
Yeah, I think
that's
so.
What you all want to do in the county court before coming back here.
Yeah, we'll make sure that's all taken care of, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Because they normally handcuff him in
Ferguson will
front.
give you a reset form.
Yeah, he's not handcuffed. Check it out, the Year of the Dragon mug.
Dwayne Marshall.
It's pretty cool, huh?
Oh yeah. It looked like a what's that cartoon show everybody watches?
All right.
South Park. But
Mr.
it's not.
Marshall, today is your pre-deadline date. Did you receive an offer from the state?
Eddie was born the year of
And are
kick-ass.
you
Hold on,
rejecting that
somebody do
offer
Mandy
and
again.
requesting a
Is
jury
Mandy
trial?
on stage right now? Look at
All right,
those.
and you're aware of the range of punishment?
Hey,
for this
Mandy.
case?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are pretty large ones.
Hey now.
Hey, Eva. Well, I can't pay attention to the courtroom.
Hey, baby girl.
Counsel, do you have all the discovery?
Yes, we do, Judge.
All right, I'm gonna need an acknowledgement of discovery before you leave today. State on 2000.
Oh, that's the attorney.
Yeah, she's the attorney.
Dwayne Marshall, I need an acknowledgement of discovery. Thank you. And Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury
Hey,
trial
Eva.
date for Mr. Dwayne Marshall, please. Yes.
Trial date. Whoa. Ooh.
August 16th, counsel.
Oh, I was born the Year of the Dragon. I guess I should maybe keep this.
Yes, Judge.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe I don't drink coffee, though. So.
All right, Mr. Marshall. Your jury trial date is going to be
If
August
you're looking at
16th
them
at 9 a.m.
hangers.
If you're in custody,
Look at
you're going
those
to be brought
hangers.
over dressed for trial. You'll
Wally
be brought
Wally.
over dressed for trial in whatever
You water balloons on a
civilian
nail.
clothing you have at the jail. If there's some other time you wish to be in, you need to speak with your attorney so that your attorney can effectuate a clothing exchange.
Probably point straight
Counsel, if
down.
for any reason there's an issue with the clothing exchange, let the court know, and we'll see if we can help expedite that.
The kind of
Mr.
attorney
Marshall,
that
do you
thinks
have any
north is
questions?
up.
Right, so you understand when your jury trial date is? All right, we will see you then, Mr. Marshall. You're welcome.
He had shackles on even, it looked like, the way he was walking.
Oh, did he?
It looked like it the way he was walking.
Microsoft Sam. How old are you,
Right,
Sam? Where are you
Romaldo
from?
Martinez.
What year was you born?
Mr. Martinez,
Microsoft Sam,
come
where
on
you at? Where do you live? What's your zip code? Can I get your social security number?
Yeah, we're gonna go buy some
I
shit
can
on Amazon with
Microsoft Sam, I can reduce
And
your
who's the
credit card
prosecutor,
debt.
Martinez?
Marcus.
All right, you all ready to proceed?
No, no, Your Honor.
I think Microsoft Sam's getting ready to get a little buyback trophy.
That the defendant is in the process of obtaining the funds to hire me on. I'm not currently on it, but that is also the case, I believe, when the bond
I
issue
can
is
barely
coming
hear
from.
them. I don't know why.
I told the client that I'm going to try and
Sounds
find
good
out
here.
about it to get that resolved and get him out. But we would ask for time for a reset to at least get me the discovery on the new number one. I don't have it virtue the access of being the retained counsel on that because I'm not, but I should based on the MTR. And so I think there needs to be a little bit of time at least to get the access on that. And the hope.
Oh, good. He was feeling better. That's good. Eva, good to hear.
That's really good.
Take my services for that case as well.
All right, so I went over the rights with your client. Your client stated to me that he did not want to be interviewed for a court-appointed attorney.
What's up,
So
Beth?
I'm going to give you all a date to come back. And the fact that he doesn't have a court-appointed attorney on the new number one case,
He does.
that is not going to stop this case from moving.
He does have a court-appointed attorney. Last I had checked, and this was as of May 23rd, it was a Cedron.
Sam's not making any
I
sense,
just
Sam.
Stating, he said that he did not want to be interviewed for a
You
court-appointed
need
attorney. I
a,
understand
we need to
that you're saying
evaluate
he
your
already has one, but I want everyone to
drug
be on the same
intake.
page that I'm on.
We can do that for you. We'd
the
be happy
setting
to
date
do
I'm
that.
gonna give you,
We're all
nobody's
doctors,
gonna
you
be
know.
allowed to come back here and say, I haven't been
We love
hired
you,
for
Sam.
a case that's
We
in a
love
different
you,
court.
buddy.
So stated you can make sure that defense has whatever discovery he needs on the new number one.
Yeah, you got that job. You,
Ms. Ferguson, can I
Sam
have a
offered you a
contested
job.
hearing date
Not sure what it
on
was.
Mr.,
Not sure I want to
Romaldo
know.
Martinez,
Hey,
please?
I'm glad I'm hired. Awesome.
How many witnesses?
Exactly. Can I get paid right now and start next week?
Judge, I don't think we need a contested date. If it's gonna be
Like when you walk in trying to get a job, you know, and the guy's got a picture of his wife on there, and you go, "Oh, I know that bitch." You're not going to get that job.
That is the goal.
Sorry.
I'm trying. Sometimes you know.
Porta potty attorney.
But Norma, can I have a contested
So
date?
I haven't seen the new number one, so I'm not sure how many witnesses, Judge.
Oh, I'm sure that it's a misdemeanor assault. I'm sure maybe.
Debbie Ann knows.
Oh, this guy's in
Debbie
for
Ann knows.
this guy's in for assault.
Sure.
Oh.
So if I have a contested date, Ms. Ferguson, if you all work things out before this date I'm gonna give you, then you can just come in and put it on the docket and we'll take care of it. All right, August 1st. Is your
Oh, see,
contested hearing
so
date?
Sam does have a sense of humor. Good, Sam. Good to know. Got a sense of humor, bro. That's good.
All right, what date are you gonna be in trial in Maverick County?
That trial I'm anticipating to be at least a week, if not longer.
No, I mean, what dates is your date?
August 1st.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you put this before August 1st?
Ziggy Piggy.
What's up, Ziggy? Didn't we make one for Ziggy yesterday or no? I forget.
I don't know. Look and see, did we? I'll see. I know you're busy. Let me do that for you.
I don't think you can you?
No, I can look and see if there's one. I can't.
July 25th? We'll see where we are.
Seems like we did, or you did.
I thought I did. I gotta make one for
Yes,
Willow.
well, no, let's not put it down as contested. So if it is a contested.
She
then
did
it's gonna be a
earlier.
quick
Yes,
turnaround.
she's given that option. She's already gave
So
one out that I
July
know of.
25th For them to. see
Yeah,
where they
Ziggy
are.
doesn't have a command.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Let me finish this one. I'll do one for her and one for Willow. What should we do for
I wonder if
Ziggy?
we should make one for Microsoft Sam that says, "Ask me about your car warranty."
Sorry, Rebecca,
Mm.
that's all back. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just gonna call it Sam.
I just need to write it down.
Yeah. Yeah, at least he has a sense of humor. I'm not sure he understands English, but it's saying dial 1 for English, dial 2 for all the above.
All right, try Sam.
Try Sam. All right, everybody try exclamation Sam, see what we get.
Willow. What can I do for Willow?
That's your call. Hey, Rebel.
I don't know how long.
It's Microsoft Sam like green ace in hand. Exactly, Ziggy. Since when all of a sudden they just made that a thing? Why do you have to dial 1 for anything to get English?
Right? I hate it when I go to my ATM and you got to do it on your ATM. It's like, really?
Yes.
And Norma, do you have any information on?
Would you like to upgrade your vehicle warranty?
Okay. Anthony Whitley, why were you late?
Oh, somebody's late again.
Why? Oh, holy crap! Here we go. I bet he don't get 40 hours off.
Let me see what he looks like. Hold on, I gotta get caught up.
Is there a reason you were late? All right, you need to be sitting on that front row.
Oh, she's gonna lock his ass up, or she's gonna make him wait.
Has anyone spoken to Joseph Acevedo?
Somebody tell me something about Ziggy. Do Willows now. I did Willows already. What do we know about Ziggy?
I don't have absolutely no idea. I'm trying to remember where I know Ziggy from, and I don't think it's Wizzy's. It may be Ziggy. Where do I know you from?
Here, I got one
Is
for
it
her.
Ziggy may be from nothing, he said. David Devine's maybe? No, not David Devine.
Here we go. I made one for Ziggy.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure Sam is from Creed and Bishop.
All right.
Yes,
So
Wizzy's. Okay, so Ziggy's from Wizzy.
here we go. I did one for Ziggy. It's gonna pop up right now.
Yeah.
Let's see if it pops up. Hey, Marissa. Or is it Melissa? Is Melissa in here?
Ziggy think you like Romola in the mud. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Melissa's in
All right,
here.
the court is going to call 2022
Sam, are you from
3269 State of Texas versus Carlos Gonzalez.
Sam said he's from
Wizzy?
Parties
No,
I don't think
approach and
so.
announce for the record, please, for the state. For the defense.
Virginia Navy, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, I'm showing you the acknowledgement of discovery. Have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, we did.
Court would find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Gonzalez, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you?
Yeah, I think Sam's from Creed and Bishop. I hope so, you know.
Indictment. Did you review
Doesn't
that
matter where he's from.
document
He's
with
here.
your
That's all that
attorney? Did
matters.
you
No,
understand it?
well, you know, yeah,
Counsel, do you waive the
you
reading
know,
of the indictment?
if it's all good, you know, you would say where you're
proceeding on
from,
the
and
indictment
like
as
that, you
presented?
find it. You know what I mean?
Mr.
You
Gonzalez,
know,
I'm showing you what's
today
entitled
being the
court
second day of our show, you know what I'm saying?
affidavit of admonitions.
Sorry,
Did you review that
talking over the
document
thing.
with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with
Ziggy.
driving while intoxicated third or more as a third-degree
See what
felony? The
Ziggy
range
replied?
of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Hey, Melissa.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not
$10,000
have to
fine.
follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not
How's
be
the
used
remodeling
against you, and
going
you
then?
will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront Any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to speak up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses to this offense?
Yes, Your Honor, we've discussed potential
Did
defenses.
she ask him yet the question?
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Judge, I do believe that.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Comes
Has
that last
anyone
question
promised you
again.
anything other than the plea bargain agreement to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain
I love
agreement,
that
did you
question.
review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. There's a $1,000 fine to be probated.
Yes, I do.
There's no application for deferred adjudication. The state recommends community supervision. There's to be restitution, if any, to Lorenzo. Is it Lorenzo?
I think it's Lorenzo, Judge. Yes. I know it's a male.
Okay. To Lorenzo Mora, M-O-R-A, if any. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain
I never
agreement?
got my restitution when that guy hit
Defense,
me.
is that the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, it is.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver appeal paragraph.
Did he
you
say
review
that
that
he
paragraph with
waived
your attorney? Did you
deferred
understand it, and did you sign it in both
adjudication?
places?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think so.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written
Microsoft
pretrial
Sam,
motions that have been
you're
filed,
really
heard, and
starting
ruled upon by
to
the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
command a
Counsel,
lot of
any
our
suggestions?
attention, dude. Gonna have
Next, I'm
to
showing you
ask
outside
somewhat
the
of a
plea bargain agreement.
coherent
State is
fucking
requesting that
question.
your community
Fucker.
supervision be for a term of 4 years. There'll be a
Let
traffic
him ask the
evaluation,
questions. You don't
200
gotta
hours
answer them all.
community service
Did you
restitution,
eat
10
fried
days in the
egg
Bear
with
County
salt?
Jail,
What the
DWI
fuck,
intervention
man?
course, the VIP live, 2-year
He's adding to
Texas
the algorithm by
driver's license
Grah. He's
suspension,
adding to the algorithm
admission
I'm
every
not
time
going
you
to
analog
chat.
say
for
what I
full
want to
term,
say to do with
and the
that
state
fried
has
egg,
no objection
motherfucker.
to you
Just not going to
requesting
say it.
for admission interlock
I'm
to
being
pass
nice
term.
today. You
Did you
notice?
understand that those are recommendations
Yeah.
from the state, and the court does not
Try
have to
not to
follow
run
those
people off.
recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fucking
Since the
asshole.
offense is charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No
Eva,
contest.
this is just
State
it's
any
just a basic
evidence.
courtroom. We're just
State offers
watching and see what
State
people
Exhibit
did.
1 and attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Gonzalez, I'm going to show you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you
Yes, we
understand
did,
it?
Eva.
And did
Yeah.
you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Oh yeah, we did
Yes, Your
definitely.
No,
Again,
Mandy
did you
J, we're
understand
not
you have
going
a
to
right to jury
back
trial,
control
right,
yet.
for you or your attorney to
Yeah, we heard about
cross-examine
that,
your
Eva.
client? Any witnesses the state would call in right to
Bad.
remain
It's
silent?
bad.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and
Okay.
attachments
All
and
right.
review the
Ready to
same.
go. You're right, Ben. You're right.
What's that?
Sam's just trying to fit in.
Yeah, just
Parties, I appreciate
he's not
the
saying
tab.
anything
Square
bad.
peg.
You know, just let him talk.
No, he's not doing. No, nothing bad.
It's
I'm
not.
pretty sure. I don't think he has a grasp on the English language, evidently. But that's okay.
I
It's all
mean,
good.
it
Just
might
dial
be a,
one.
Hey, they might be a bot too. You never know. Yes, Debbie, I am very nosy. I love the drama, which is funny because my chat room on Discord is
All
called the
right.
No Drama Club, and I kick you out if you start drama.
After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's
I had to kick
sufficient
somebody out
evidence
today.
to
Somebody got
find
kicked
guilty,
out?
and the court will find
I
you
kicked
guilty.
somebody out today
Are
at
you
my
proceeding
drama
with
club
sentencing?
for being drama-phobic.
Judge, I have no
Really?
objection
Yeah.
to waiving the PSI.
Wasn't me, was it?
Court would consider,
Yeah.
um,
What's up,
electronic
Biden
monitoring
sucks?
in lieu of the 10 days physically in custody in the Bear County Jail, as the court is allowed to consider.
What?
He said
by criminal
W40.
procedure.
Yeah,
We
he's
would
from
just
Creek
ask for the
Bishop.
sole exception that he be able to.
Okay, I don't know what the I don't know if this is a
still
military
work.
mug
He's a
or
manager
something.
at
This
a
is crazy.
restaurant. Even if that would extend the period of time that he's on monitoring, for whatever period of time, that would be.
Hey, you guys, look at this mug.
My client does not have any objection to that.
All right, what hours do you work?
There are some days and some nights, like 6 hours.
Okay.
I'm going the wrong
And,
direction.
Where are you working?
That's a real.
Oh, wow. I have no idea.
food would I
But see, it's
partake
like it's got a lady on there. It's got a number 7,
But I mean, what
and the back has a shield on there, like
if I
a.
were coming there, what would you
That looks
say
military to
you
me,
need
doesn't it?
eat this particular meal?
Yeah, I wonder if we can
All right, I
do some
never
kind of
had
search
that.
on there.
People,
Yeah, I'm gonna search for
we're
it right
supposed
now.
to be educating my palate. Brenda, have you ever had the green chicken enchiladas?
Eva has a craving for
Okay, I don't
Popeye
even
chicken.
know what
Commercials
that
keep
I'm
popping up on
assuming
my
the green
TV here
chicken
at
is
Torture,
south because
And it's
but
lunchtime
I
too right
can't
now.
eat that yet. It's hard.
real
It's
green
funny.
enchiladas.
They're
Okay.
talking about enchiladas in the courtroom right now
Okay.
too.
All right, do you have any children?
That's not good,
What are
Eva.
their ages?
Gastroparasites.
15 and my son just turned 15 and my daughter's gonna turn 14.
All right. All right, this is what the court is going to do. 4 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 4 years, $1,000 fine, probated. Restitution, if any.
Oh, Brenda Kill says that's a
to,
griffin,
Lorenzo
Eddie.
That's a
Mara,
griffin.
M-O-R-A,
The girl.
in lieu
I think
of
that
10 days in the Bear
that
County
logo.
jail. The court
Is that
doing
right?
this because of
What the hell?
COVID, and also
There you go.
placing someone on probation. Hopefully, we're trying to rehabilitate and not have them lose their employment. So, in lieu of the 10 days Bear County jail, that will be 30 days of GPS. And defendant, it's partial. Defendant is allowed to work.
I didn't see that,
so his
Melissa.
hours tend to be sporadic, I guess, on different days, different nights.
I did not
but
see
you
that.
will have to let probation know when you're at employment, and that's the only thing you can do. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So GPS partial for employment. The DWI intervention course. VIP live.
Oh, on the
2
shield.
years
That's a banshee.
Texas driver's
I mean,
license
a griffin.
suspension.
The lion with the wings.
You want to address the, I'm going to say ignition interlock for the full term. Of course, depending on how he is, I may reconsider that. But for now, it's going to be ignition interlock full term. And I will write on my docking sheet that I said that I would reconsider.
Yes, ma'am.
And just for the court's information too, he's on an ignition interlock right now, but prior to that, he wasn't driving and he had a mobile device. I believe he had that mobile device for
I don't
about
think
10 months.
it's. Are you sure it's a
to my
griffin?
knowledge, there were no violations on that. So he's been doing well so far.
Okay.
Oh, he said that's not a
regular
griffin there.
reporting
No, it's a lion's head with a
by
lion's head with
Zoom
wings.
or in person. Proof of employment within 30 days. Well, actually, proof of employment within 5 days. And so you need to get to them, back to them right away so you can get the GPS, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. I'll ask that the GPS fees be waived. I know they cannot, but I still want it on the record that I'm asking that they be waived.
You know what I'll do? I'll do an image search.
And we're going to do field visits 1 time per month. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
You did you say parenting classes?
And they do have a parenting classes for people with teenagers. So if you can make sure that he's in the parenting classes for parents with teenagers.
Yes, Your Honor. And did you say anything about community service hours?
Thank you. And Nathaniel Navy is sitting here, it's like, probation, please be quiet. So 200 hours community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you have it with a booster and you provide proof, 40 of those hours will be waived. The remaining hours will be waived once you complete parenting classes.
This is Greek.
All right, probation, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, is there anything else that you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is this the signature?
Where
It
is that?
says It just seems like it's correct doing. There's no
Oh,
signature.
there was, he accidentally signed where you're signed, so we crossed it out in initial. Do you
That
need?
is so true. Thank you. Well, all right, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your
They don't have
attorney?
any of
Did
these
you
anywhere
understand
on
it? And
eBay.
did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Oh, he got
Yes,
a
Your Honor.
felony.
If you have a
Wow.
question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to your attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. So here's the thing. You're in felony court because this is your third DWI.
Whoa.
There was an accident, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is what I've discovered. My statistics professor
Think
will
it is
be
with
very
Randy
upset with me
Bachler in
because I
there, Cap.
have not done a great analysis of it. It's just been
Nope.
based upon what I've seen on my time on the planet. People who are intoxicated, you know what ends up happening when they're driving? They usually end up injuring or killing somebody else. Guess what? You could have been driving and your children could have been in another vehicle that you don't know about, because sometimes
Okay, this is from the
teenagers
Greek Air
get into
Force.
cars with other people and you could have hit them. And then your teenagers could have been dead. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
So
what
it's
I'm saying?
obvious to me that you're one of those
You know
people
what I'm saying?
who
Can you
Wanna
should
see
see
it?
not
my
be drinking
face?
alcohol ever because
So
you
look,
can't
it's, this
control
is
it.
from the Greek.
I personally don't drink
The Greek Air
alcohol
Force.
because I don't think it tastes well.
Oh, really?
My understanding from people who
putting it on the
tried
screen
alcohol,
right
it
now.
starts out where it doesn't taste well. I don't know anybody who had a good first experience with the taste of alcohol. And you know what people do? They're
That's the same
"Stephanie,
patch as the
just
cup that I
continue to
have.
drink it, and then you will acquire
There
a
you
taste
go.
for it." And my
Wow,
thing is
the
like, why am
Greek
I
Air
acquiring a
Force.
taste for something that
Yeah.
does not taste good? So
Sorry, guys. I know you're
I
watching
just-
court and I'm
I
doing
tried
stuff
it and
like
I'm like,
this.
this is nasty. I didn't drink it anymore. So obviously to you, it tastes
All right.
good. to
Okay,
you.
Eva. Take
You're
care of
not allowed
yourself,
to drink
girl.
alcohol
Hope you feel
at
better,
all
Eva.
while
Get
you're on
better.
probation.
Get
Do you
better.
understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then after, hopefully you're successful, and after that, you're not
All
allowed
right,
to
Ziggy,
drink
do some food
alcohol.
prep
you
for
did
me
seven.
too.
Oh, and I'm sorry, probation. Mr. Gonzalez, we do need
I
a
think
TAP
that's
evaluation.
I think
All
the
right, and so with the
I
TAP
think the Air
evaluation, he's
Force
gonna need, Brenda, we're back on the
in
record.
Greece is in
Mr. Gonzalez, could I have that?
correctly
You're
correctly
gonna need a
on
TAP
Greece, if I'm not
evaluation,
mistaken.
and if that TAP
Really?
evaluation says
Air
inpatient
Force
treatment,
Base, I
I'm gonna
believe so.
start him
Yeah.
off with intensive outpatient treatment. So I cannot order you into intensive outpatient treatment until you do the TAP. So I'm gonna want intensive outpatient treatment with him, and we'll go from there.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes,
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's see.
She gave him a hard time, didn't she?
Yeah, she didn't like them too much.
All right, who's
Yeah.
here on Vanessa Thatcher? Good morning.
She's getting hangry. That's why.
You and I are the only people who know
Yeah, me too.
the origins of
Get
the
a bite
name
here in a minute.
Thatcher. I'm sorry.
Oh, she's in jail. Look at this one. This is a winner.
It's not green chicken, it's green chili chicken.
See, that's what I'm thinking. Because I was like,
It's sweeter, it's the sweet sauce that's on top.
See, she's
All
talking
right,
about
well.
food. She's getting hangry.
Brenda, it sounds like we may have a green sauce cook-off or something.
Oh, I'll be the judge.
All right. Court is calling 2020 CR 5475, State of Texas versus Vanessa Thatcher. Can our parties announce for the record for the state,
Marcus Sanders,
for the defense?
Tony Hernandez.
Are you Miss Thatcher? Show you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Are you the same Vanessa Thatcher who was placed on community supervision in 2020 CR 5475 for the offense of robbery on October 22nd,
Robbery.
2020 for a term of 4 years? Is that you? Yes. All right, state.
Condition number 5, in Bear County, Texas, the defendant Vanessa Thatcher did then and there failed to report to the supervision officer.
Bet she took someone's cell phone.
December 2021.
You think so?
Condition number 5.
How do you
Yeah,
answer
it's
that?
always
Sure or
about the
not
cell
sure?
phone. She stole my phone.
Condition number 40, in Bear County, Texas, the defendant Vanessa Thatcher did then and there failed to comply with a zero tolerance condition with regards to your analysis in violation of condition number. Actually, sorry, Judge, I'll waive that one because it's written incorrectly. So we'll waive the others.
All right, any objection to the state's waivers?
No, no.
Ms. Thatcher, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 5, the court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 4 years in prison and up to $1,000 fine? Did you understand? Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 5? Court will find violation of condition number 5 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Judge, we're asking that you grant the motion, revoke her probation, reform the underlying for 2 years, and sentence her to 2 years.
So if they revoke her probation,
All
she's
right,
going
so
to
why
jail.
should I give her the minimum? What has she done since she's been on probation?
She did the first about 8 months without much of a problem. Judge.
Okay, I can't, is everybody whispering?
Yes.
All right, so everyone have to speak up because I need to hear, and most importantly, Brenda needs to hear.
Judge, I believe she was granted probation in October of 2020. She did the first 8 months, didn't seem to be much of a problem. The first MTR was filed in, I believe, June of 2021.
I buy these at thrift stores,
After
Debbie Ann.
that for ISP. Did problem since that. She had some problems reporting because her mother.
Oh,
passed
she
away
was
in
good
March.
for the first couple months, so she should get
That's
off.
the end of her family. After that, she has no father, no brothers, no sisters. It's just her.
So what?
I don't know. She took that rather hard, but she has no extended family, no immediate family. She's the
Oh
end of the line.
no.
Texas, Debbie Ann. I believe this is Texas, South Texas.
Give you credit for any time
Yeah, this is
served.
San Antonio, Texas.
$1,000 fine, time and money
San
are
Antonio,
run
Texas.
concurrent. And Ms. Thatcher, I'm sorry, are you asking the court to follow the agreement that you've reached? Are you waiving your right to
Yeah,
appeal?
where's Sam? What happened to
All right, the
Sam?
court will follow your agreement.
I think we have said them.
I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? All right, and because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand? If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is,
I wonder
you
what
need to
happens if they
discuss
say
that with
no
an
to
attorney.
their
Do you
American
understand?
citizen.
All right, we can go off the record. Ms. Thatcher, people always say you come into
Exactly.
the
That's what
world
I'm saying.
alone,
They're
you go out
really,
in the world alone.
it would be like,
Here's
oh,
the thing.
okay, well, you're
I
free to go then.
understand
You're free to
about
go.
loss, but you need to start doing what you can to honor, you know, your
Welcome
relatives
back, Ziggy.
who passed, because they don't want
All
you
right,
to be
Ziggy.
unhappy.
What's the big hurry,
and they
Ziggy?
don't
Where are
want
you going?
to
What do
be
you
in
mean not for
prison.
long?
You
What
understand?
you got? What
All right, good luck to
you on
you, Ms.
medication?
Thatcher.
Trying to take your
You're welcome.
medication or what?
Yes.
I'm kidding.
Who's here?
I'm
Rudy
kidding.
Martinez.
What's the big
All
hurry?
right,
Where are
if
you
come
going?
forward.
Was this the one of the guys that was late? Oh no, he wasn't one of the late ones.
All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 3271
He's wearing a shirt and a
State
tie.
of Texas versus
Look at
Rudy
the tie. The
Martinez.
tie
Can I
is
have
loose
parties
and
announced for
the shirt's
record,
out of
please,
his
for the
pants.
state?
Yes, Judge, Ryan Vermer for the state of Texas.
For the defense?
Scott McCrum for Mr. Martinez.
All right, and are you Rudy Martinez?
So food prep and
Mr.
grilling
Martinez,
some
why were you
food.
late this morning?
Yeah, well, not for me. But yeah,
That makes
All
me
right,
awesome,
don't be
Ziggy.
late for court
Yeah,
ever
what's
again, you
cooking?
understand?
So here we go with the food talk.
All right, defense, I'm showing you
Food
what's
prep
entitled
and grilling
discovery
some food.
acknowledgement. Did you review that
You see,
document
Debbie
with
Ann
your
says
attorney?
they'll let
Did
him
you-
go with
I'm sorry. Did you review all
a
the
vanilla
discovery
envelope
with
I'm
your
in
client?
full
You
of
haven't
money.
received all the discovery.
Yeah, the free airline ticket
Court will
anywhere in
find
the
that the state is in
U.S.
compliance with discovery. Mr. Martinez, I'm going to show you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community
Bet Ziggy's
supervision.
doing
Did you review that with your
barbecue,
attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
bratwurst.
Next, I'm going to show you what's entitled
What else?
true bill
What's
of
he
indictment.
barbecuing?
Did you review that document
What's
with
he
your
grilling?
attorney? Did you understand it?
Bratwurst? Ooh.
Counsel, do you waive the
Yeah, I
reading
bet
of the
some.
indictment?
I bet some
Yes.
brats on
Statement
there and
proceeding on the
barbecue.
indictment as presented.
We are, Judge.
Mr. Martinez, I'm going to show you
Rack
what's
of ribs,
entitled court
maybe?
admonishments, the defendant's waivers and affidavit of admonitions.
Because food
Did you
prep, so
review
he's
that
having to
document
prep
with your
it.
attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
My stepdad's
Did you
making big
understand
Chicken.
the
bad
Oh,
charge of
man,
the
I was
offense of
way
aggravated
off.
assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere
Woo.
from 2 to
Whoa,
20
wait, what was
years
his
in prison
charge?
and up to a $10,000
Assault
fine.
with a
Did you
deadly
understand?
weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why is everybody whispering? I know when people are outside speaking to their friends, nobody's whispering. Because I've been in the restaurants and in movie theaters and people talk too loudly. So could everyone please speak up so I can hear and so that Brenda can hear?
You're talking to him directly,
Yes.
right? Yeah, she wants you to speak up.
Fine. Everybody speak up. Brenda, am I right? People are whispering?
Yes.
All right.
There you go.
All right, counsel, has your, I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez, did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000
Oprah,
fine. Did you understand?
20 years in prison.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide
Yeah,
you with
the
any
old
defense to this
Oprah.
offense?
He has.
Do you
Oh,
believe
she
he has
does,
a
huh?
rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Damn you, Paul.
Do you believe he's
Burgers with
currently competent,
bacon.
was
You're
legally
killing
sane
me,
at the time
dude.
of the offense?
He is, and he
Our
wants.
butcher
Mr.
shop's
Martinez,
closed
has anyone
today. They
threatened you,
close
coerced
Sunday
you,
and
or placed you
Monday.
in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant
There
has
it is.
knowingly
I'm
and
still waiting for
voluntarily
somebody
waived
to
his
say
right
no.
to jury trial. Showing you the plea
I
bargain
know.
page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
If they would just go,
Punishment
yeah,
to be assessed at a cap of 6 years in the prison, a $1,500 fine, affirmative finding of deadly weapon. State opposes your application for deferred adjudication. They will take in consideration County Court cause number 664-677, 664-679. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense is at the plea bargain agreement?
Yes.
State is at the plea bargain agreement.
It is, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Judge. State would offer State's Exhibit
What's up,
number
the
1.
talk a lot?
No objection.
Mr. Martinez,
Hey, you
I'm gonna
talk a
show you
lot.
what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did
Now
you
I'm hungry.
understand
I'm
them?
gonna
Did
make
you
you a
sign
burrito,
them in
I
all the
think.
appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
the talk a lot
Again,
part
did
of
you
Team
understand
Wendy
you have a
over there,
right to
Team
jury
Wendy.
trial, a right for you or your
Nice.
attorney to cross-examine and
Don't
confront
you
any
make your
witnesses the
figure
state
at
would call
me,
and the
young
right to
lady?
remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if they're part of
Court will find that
Wizzy's,
defendant
then
has
they're gonna
knowingly
get
and
this
voluntarily
one.
waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Yeah, the talk a lot was actually on camera. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, she was actually on camera on one of the overpasses talking with Wizzy. She met up, waving her flag. She had a flag that's bigger than she was.
Oh, really? Oh, wait, no, she's
Yeah.
really gonna like this one.
Oh, see there?
Wait for the next one. It's gonna come up any second.
Damn it. I have to go in there and type, damn it. Damn it.
You know you want her baby. You know you want to help her have a baby, right, Grah? You want, I think,
Yeah.
baby number 6. How many kids does she have? Like 20 kids? I don't know.
All right, after reviewing State's
Oh, I
Exhibits
don't
1 and
know.
attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. However, the court will defer finding you guilty.
Talk a lot. I don't know, man. That little bicycle girl, man. If she's as hot and passionate in the
well,
sack
they're
as she is
opposing-
on that bicycle,
so I
hello.
was-
No, I mean, it's up to
You
you.
know,
If you want
she's
a PSI,
she's
we'll
got
do a
that
PSI.
one-track train of thought. It's like, okay, just concentrate.
I
Just
think
keep
we'd ask-
I don't
concentrating.
even know who this person
What is it that you yell all the time? Fuck you, laser. Fuck you,
All
laser.
right, Ms. Ferguson, can I
Fuck
have
you,
the
laser.
PSI
That's
date,
all she
please?
knows. Fuck you, laser.
I gotta figure out who this person is.
The bicycle, you haven't ever seen Bicycle Girl?
No.
I'll send you a clip. Wizzy's got a short clip on his thing. You can see her in the.
All right, August
She's a
22nd, is there a
hoot.
request for a TAP evaluation or there's no need for a TAP?
I don't believe there's a need for it, Judge.
Okay.
LOL Corinne, she says. Don't you dare type that again, talk a lot. Don't. You do it. Don't do it.
It's called.
If you would get a
It's
reset
called.
form from Ms. Ferguson, she will give that to you. State
Yeah,
that you still want
exclamation
for the
point,
court
Corinne.
to sign these motions, or you want to wait
No,
till
Judge,
the
I
next
Damn
think
it.
we may have prematurely.
Well, hold
What's
on,
up,
Judge.
Vinny Win?
Gina?
There's Benny.
All right, Charles Bond, Mr. Carroll. All right, have you had a chance to confer with the state?
We have been confirmed, yes, we're continuing to confer.
I want to see what she does to the guy she's pissed off about for being late to court. He's going to be the very last
All
one.
right, thank you.
Right.
Debbie Ann, you don't want to know. If you don't know who Corinne is, your life is better off.
She's a crazy psycho streamer. She started streaming.
That's good.
I'm Corinne.
She stalked Eddie. She stalked Eddie for a while.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, she did.
What is happening?
She
with
wanted to have
Alvarado?
Eddie's baby.
Oh, I'm Corinne. Oh, Corinne forever. That girl.
We should no. Should I pull that? Should I pull her song up and play it for the? I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to do that again.
Please spare us. Oh, look at how this guy's
I
dressed
know,
in
right?
court. He's
And
got
on Mr.
he's
Carroll,
got
what
MC
is
Hammer
happening?
pants on, and
I'm
what is that
conferring with
shirt?
Mr. Brown
Oh yeah.
But where are we?
in conference.
Because, no, because this is an old case.
It is.
Oh, thank you for dressing up there, MC.
Wait, did you make an offer? Where are we headed? Where's
I know
this
the
case
I know
headed?
the
Is this
judge
headed
always
to jury trial?
appreciates it when
Possibly,
you.
Judge, but I did make an offer to Mr. Buck, and I think he went outside to talk to his client, and then I was at the bench.
The top of that speech that says she's a trip without the luggage.
But what is it?
I don't know. If I'm gonna talk
Corinne's
to
the one that her and her friend licked somebody's son when we were in DC December 12th.
We don't have an
Mr.
agreement
Bill's film crew.
All right, so.
Camera
Ms.
crew.
Ferguson, on Mr. Carroll, set this for a plea deadline.
It's sad that I even know that at the
And
top
then
of my
after that,
head,
it
you
will
know?
be a jury trial.
Right?
Yes, Judge.
A Togla's like, that's a Pandora's box you don't want to open.
Right.
When are you doing your vacation, Mr. Bond?
Fuck you, loser. Fuck you, loser. Fuck you, loser. Why are you here? Fuck you, loser. What are you mad about? Fuck you, loser.
Maybe August 2nd.
Blows her little whistle.
Does that work for you, Judge?
Yes. Well, if Ms. Ferguson says that's a good date, it's a good date. August 2nd. All right, August 2nd is your plea deadline date. There'll be no further extensions. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Benny, you have to admit, because we didn't see her for a couple months, it looks like she'd been working out, but somebody said she'd just been riding that bicycle.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Yeah,
I
you
know.
never dress like that in court. I always dress nice if I had to go to court.
Absolutely.
Right? You don't want to piss off the judge. I remember one time I went to traffic court, and the judge said she had a board up there, and it had 1 through 5. And 1 was I was speeding, 2 was I was not speeding, 3 was something else, right? And she said, look, everybody, I have so many people in my court every single day. Just pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. That's all I ask, and if you do that, we're going to have a good day. First person walks up and she's like, pick a number. And this guy's like, well, judge, and
All right,
she's
can I
like,
see
she got
Mr.
pissed at
Alvarado,
him.
please.
Second, third person did the same thing, right? I was like number 5 up in line. And I walk up there and she's like, Mr. Block, pick a number. And I was like, number 1, judge. She's like, good, you get off. Have a good day. Thank you for doing it right.
Oh, Mr. Alvarado. Oh, I'm doing great.
Oh, it's this guy again. Look at
today's
his
the plea
haircut.
deadline date.
It's,
Where are we?
it's Larry Mullen curly haircut.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson, Mr. Alvarado.
I'm a few seconds behind.
Oh, just wait. He's got a Moe's haircut from the Three
Oh, yeah.
Stooges.
Oh, nice. Yeah. And a mask. Put the mask on your head. Cover that haircut.
Well, you know, I think everybody in jail has a mask. I think maybe they make them wear the mask in jail. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. Oh yeah, because you're out in the public where there may be unvaccinated people sitting in the courthouse.
Oh, yeah. Or maybe they got a lot
Yeah,
of stuff
Benny.
in the jail.
Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go block Benny. Be right back.
All right.
Just give him a timeout.
Oh wait, hold
An
on.
honorary
Start date
timeout
is
for Vinny.
October 18th.
No, not really. Don't. I was kidding.
Oh, Dumb and Dumber. Yeah, he looks like the guys from
And when
Jim
was
Carrey
the,
from
I'm
Dumb
sure
and
the
Dumber.
offer was tendered before today, is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so you'll be going to jury trial on October 8th.
Yeah. Okay,
You'll
Vinny's
be
going on
brought over to
timeout.
court dressed in whatever
Yeah, going on
civilian
timeout.
clothing you have at the jail. If you would like
No,
to,
let's
you
don't
definitely
vote.
have to
I
arrange
agree.
that with
I
your
agree,
attorney.
Vinny.
Attorney, if there's some issue with the clothing exchange, let the court know and we'll see what we can do. And Mr.
Does he have a neck
Alvarado,
tattoo?
after today, the court will only consider plea bargaining agreements open
He's
to
got
the
a neck
court. You
tattoo.
Oh, he
understand?
does, doesn't he?
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, who else is in the box?
You know you're not getting a job with a neck tattoo. Come on.
Okay, give me the file on
Unless
Anthony
you work
Davis.
at a
Who
gay
else?
bar.
All right, Valdez.
Just saying.
Maybe that's where he worked. He probably already works there.
Okay. Who else?
He wore a pearl necklace.
And who else? And who else? That's all? 1, 2, 3. I just have 4. I have Anthony Davis, Jimmy Valdez, Andrew Valdez, and Ruben Rodriguez. Yes. That's it?
Okay, here comes the
All
good.
right. Who's
Here
the
comes the
attorney
good
for
stuff
Anthony
right here.
Davis?
I hope so.
Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, he works there, but he's not employed there. I gotcha, Ziggy.
Yeah. See what the talk-a-lot said. You tell him, girl. You tell him, girl.
Yeah. Dude, look at this pen. So it's got a little button on here, right? So you think maybe there might be a light out here, or maybe the button turns this on. No, the button just lights up their name. That's all it does. It lights up their name. What use is that? 'Twas a good day in court. All right, we can fast forward through this real quick. Get to the...
No.
Since we're not talking.
Do you wish to have another?
Oh, here we go.
Have you spoken to your attorney?
No, ma'am.
All right. Your attorney is appointed.
Oh.
Do you wish to have another court-appointed attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. He has court-appointed attorney,
Yeah.
public defender.
You know, sometimes they're good. Sometimes they're good, you know.
Mr. Bill in the house. Hey,
What's
Mr.
up,
Bill.
Only Mr. Bill? Go check Only Mr. Bill out. He does a lot of flag waves where he dances in front of Antifa over in Portland.
All right.
You have to remember the A. Only A, Mr. Bill.
Yeah, only a Mr. Bill. I always forget the A. Only a Mr.
Yeah,
Bill.
everybody does.
He loves messing with Dustin Hot Wheels over there in Portland.
You know, we're talking about that. Nobody's seen him lately, and it's ironically it was right after his little girlfriend threatened the 1% biker club up there in Oregon. And all of a sudden, you don't see him out and about anymore.
Weird how that happened. You threaten a
Ruben
whole bunch
Rodriguez,
of
are
bikers.
you in the box? I just haven't seen
Yeah,
an attorney.
yeah.
You know? Come forward.
And not just
Made
any
false
bikers.
accusations.
Not just any bikers. You threaten the 1%ers, and all of a sudden you don't come out anymore. Interesting how that works.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it?
You see, he threatened the Proud Boys all the time, but see, the Proud Boys have a rule that they can't hit first. You threaten the 1%er bicycle, 1%er motorcyclist.
Recall you
They don't have that
so that
rule.
we can see who's going to be representing you.
I think Mr. Bill actually has him in his basement.
Oh, is that? Did you hide him in
Kinda
your
like-
basement,
like-
Mr. Bill?
Yeah, like Breaking Bad, you know, where they handcuffed
No.
that guy to the pole and they had to
Don't
go
be
down there
frank
and
with
feed
me
him.
unless you have an attorney present.
Right.
So, Richard Langlois is not available, so we're gonna see about getting you another attorney, okay? All right, Ms. Ferguson.
We got Mr. Clean
Can
in
we
there.
recall this back in August as well?
Ghislaine Maxwell
It's
was sentenced to
Ruben
20 years
Rodriguez.
and a $750,000 fine. That's like a
Really?
dime to her. $750K because she got all of Jeffrey Epstein's money, right?
Yes.
750K, that's like dinner for her.
Right. That's like a couple Wagyu beef steaks.
That's like a, yeah,
This is
that's
gonna bring
like
you back
a,
on August 2nd. If we're able to get an attorney appointed or have the issue taken care of with Mr. Langlois sooner than that, we'll bring you back sooner.
Okay, ma'am, thank you.
You're welcome.
yeah, getting Mr. Bill in trouble again.
Right.
Getting Mr. Bill in trouble.
Oh yeah, Maxwell definitely should get life. You know what? I'm done doing eBay for the day. I've got a lot done. I'm tired.
Yeah, what time is it, man? Yeah, you've been at it how long now?
We've been live now for almost 4 hours. So
almost 4 hours, yeah.
But her courtroom's got like, oh, she's still got 40 some odd minutes left. But we can. We fast
All right,
forward
who's
to
here
some of her
on
stuff.
Mario Contreras? All right, come forward, please.
Speaking of that,
Yeah, now these last three will be very interesting.
I think so.
Court is calling
Yeah. They always say
2021
the best.
CR 9079, State of Texas versus Mario Contreras. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Michael Valeria for the state.
For the defense?
Robert Brown.
And are you Mr. Contreras?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna need you to speak up. Are you Mr. Contreras?
Yes,
Defense, I'm showing you the acknowledgement of discovery. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Contreras, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled application for, true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor. State's proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury to assault bodily injury merit or cohabitation.
Any objection?
No objection.
Bodily injury to what?
Contreras
Who?
is showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places, Mr. Villarreal?
No, I'm not signed.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury merit or cohabitation as a class A misdemeanor? The range of punishment is up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you are giving up those rights? Okay, why are you whispering? Please speak up.
She getting pissed at people whispering, huh?
And did you intend to give up those
She's got a
rights
thing
to
about
enter
that
a plea bargain
whispering.
agreement in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand that? the
Why are
court
you
would
whispering?
grant
What
your
are you, Joe
application
Biden?
for deferred adjudication if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked? Court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 1 year in the Bexar County, 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses for your to this offense? I have the file.
Yes, ma'am, he is.
And do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent, was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Contreras, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yeah. Watch him say no.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Here we go.
Yes.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review
waiting
that
for a
page
no.
with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed on a lesser included offense of assault bodily injury merit cohabitation of a $750 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication.
Right, Ziggy?
There's an affirmative finding of family violence in the BIPP course. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of the plea bargaining agreement?
His name is Donald J.
Defense,
Trump.
is that the plea bargaining agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
State, is that the plea bargaining agreement?
Oh, yeah,
Yes, Your Honor.
Ziggy. Have
Next,
you
I'm
not
showing
seen
the
Donnie
paragraph
before,
entitled
Ziggy?
Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, there be any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargaining agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. There'll be 80 hours of community service restitution, no contact with Fabiola Salinas, and no firearm possession. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes.
Then to the lesser included offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence to support the defendant's guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, state up for state's exhibit number 1 and its attachments.
No objection.
Oh, yeah, Ziggy said this is the first time she's seen Donnie, or they've seen Donnie.
Testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Sorry,
Again,
Ziggy, I wasn't
understand
sure
you
if
have
you
a right to
got her
jury
girl.
trial, a right
My
for
bad.
you or your attorney to
So
cross-examine
we're gonna go
and
meet
confront any
Kaylee
witnesses the
McEnemy
state
pretty
would
soon.
call in the right to
So
remain
I bought him a
silent.
tie to wear at the gala,
Yes.
a red tie. So it'll
Did
be
you
Donald J.
understand that
Trump.
today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court is accepted to evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same and there's finding that there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Are you proceeding with
Yeah,
sentencing?
see the St. Bernard.
Yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Hey, I almost drank my whole bottle today already.
All right, what was your argument about?
She didn't cook dinner for
Oh,
me.
here we go. Here we go. Listen.
You had an argument with this person. What is her relationship to you?
What?
All right, so what was your argument about that caused you to slap your wife?
She didn't cook dinner.
It was,
What were you arguing
Mother's Day-
about?
On Mother's Day.
What did he say?
He said it was Mother's Day.
Mother's Day is April 1st.
No, it was.
He might be thinking about the other offense state judge.
Okay.
Let's continue.
Oh, the other time he hit her was Mother's Day.
All right, are they still in a relationship? Does she want to be in a relationship with you?
Yes.
All right, well, while you're on probation, you're not in a relationship with her. Do you understand?
Yes.
That means there's to be no contact. There's to be no sending of
Wow.
Mother's Day cards, no happy anniversary cards, no birthday cards. You understand?
Yes.
There's to be no going by her home. Do you understand?
Yes.
No contact whatsoever. I don't care if she calls you and she invites you over. You had better not go over. You understand?
Yes.
Wow.
All right, so it's going to be 2 years deferred adjudication. What are the ages of your children?
He can't see his wife for 2 years.
I don't have children with her.
What children? Do you have any children?
With her, no.
Any children on this planet?
Yes.
What are their ages?
30 years, 28 and 25.
All right. $750 fine, that'll be probated. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, the BIPP course, 80 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. Court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do,
I still can't believe
and
this.
it includes the booster, the court will deduct 40 of those hours. There's to be no firearm possession. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person.
Your Honor, how am I supposed to get laid if I can't see my old lady
No
for 2 years?
contact
But
with Fabiola
oh,
Dang,
Salinas. Field visits 1 time per month.
oh,
No field visit.
And do
That
I
means
need,
his attorney or somebody
a
got
type
to.
evaluation to order him to take solar
the-
oh, I
classes.
see.
Sober support meetings.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right, I'm
one
gonna
one
work solar
conjugal
support
visit
meetings.
per month that has to be videotaped.
Yeah.
With a minimum
No, field visit is like your probation
2 per
officer
week.
visit.
Right. Yeah.
regular
Yeah.
UAs,
A separate location from either one.
proof of employment,
Yeah, they get the they get the
Within
jab and they
30
get reduced
days.
hours served. Yes, Ziggy. You
no
didn't know that?
Exactly,
as a home
Ziggy.
health
We've been
care provider or with minors. Probation, is there anything else that
we've
you
been
need to
talking
say?
about that, Ziggy. It's
Mr.
unreal. It's unconstitutional.
Contreras, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be
He
successful?
beat up his wife for the second time.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, because there's
Yeah,
an
he beat up
affirmative
his
finding of
girlfriend.
felony violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you have a question over
See,
what
now
a
Brady
weapon or
Keel's thinking
ammunition
the
is, you
same
need to
thing I'm
speak to an
thinking
attorney.
too.
Do you understand?
It forces him to
All right,
find a
good luck to you.
girlfriend and he's
We can
married.
go off the record. Mr. Contreras, here's the thing.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
probably shouldn't be in a relationship because you can't control your anger. Told people this time and time again, get an orchid, take care of that orchid for a year, and then you may be ready for a relationship. But nobody likes to be hit. You understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck
Oh,
to
some
you.
people do. Some
Are the
people
parties
do.
ready on Valdez? Andrew
Get an
Valdez?
orchid. Oh,
All right, the
what
court
did the
is
judge
calling
tell you? The judge told me to buy
2019
a flower.
CR 5370W, State of Texas versus Andrew Valdez. Can I have parties announced for the record
Buy
for
a
the state,
flower.
Ryan Groomer for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Charles Buck for Mr. Valdez.
And are you Andrew Valdez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Valdez, your attorney, Mr. Sherman, was appointed to represent you. He's not been present. You stated to the court off the record that you have not had contact with Mr. Sherman. Is that
Right,
correct?
Ziggy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you request a new counsel be appointed?
Yes, I did.
All right, the new counsel that's been appointed is Mr. Bach. Mr. Bach, of course, you have 10 days to prepare. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes, we're ready to waive those days and proceed today.
All right, any objection to proceeding now, Mr. Valdez?
No.
Mr. Valdez, I'm going to show you what's entitled motion to
spankings are
enter
good.
adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision, and state's motion
Mandy.
to supplement pending
Yo,
motion to
Mandy.
enter adjudication of guilt
Hold
and
on.
revoke
I'm doing it
probation.
already. I'm doing
Did
it
you
already.
review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Andrew Jacob Valdez who was placed on deferred adjudication in
Mandy
2019
J.
CR
Yo, Mandy J.
5370W for the offense of evading arrest, detention with a vehicle on May 16, 2019 for a period of 4 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Oh,
Judge.
Brownie decided to
Violated
show up.
condition
Come on,
number
Brownie.
2,
Come on.
on or about the 3rd day of September 2021 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Andrew Jacob Valdez, did then and there illegally use a controlled substance, namely meth/amphetamines, in violation of condition number 2.
Look who
How do you
showed
picture
up.
that? True or not true?
True.
We'd waive the remaining conditions.
Any objections?
None.
Mr. Valdez, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 2, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison,
Whoa,
and up to a
10 years.
$10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 2?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition number 2 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Judge. We'd ask the court to enter an adjudication of guilt on Mr. Valdez's case, revoke his probation, and sentence him to 2 years in prison.
That is our agreement. We ask that you follow.
Told you.
And Mr. Valdez, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes.
All right, the court will follow your agreement. The court will grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served.
2 years in prison.
I'm
Wow.
going to show you what's entitled trial court
And they'll
certification
cuff him
of
up right
defendant's
now.
rights to
Right
appeal.
now. He doesn't get the.
You review that document
He's
with
already
your
hooked up.
attorney. Did you understand it and did you sign it?
That's what I mean.
All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because
Yes,
I
Willow,
followed
we're
your
going
plea
on
bargaining
tonight.
agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes,
Oh, I
Your
know
Honor.
what I did
Because
wrong.
this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. Here's the thing, if you don't get your life in order,
Bye,
you're
Ziggy.
gonna
See you next
limit
time.
the time you have on this planet. So, because people, when they're making drugs for people to use, they just put whatever in there. They're just trying to make a buck, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you're released from prison, there are plenty of free places for you to go to. Don't give in to temptation and immediately get released and start using drugs. Understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's here on Christine Garcia?
Uh-oh, here we go.
This is gonna be our last one. Court is calling 2022 CR 2843, State of Texas versus Christine Garcia. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Marcus Sanders.
for the defense?
Alfonso Otero on behalf of Ms. Garcia.
And are you Christine Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah, she got dressed up
Right,
for court.
defense, I'm showing you what's entitled Acknowledgement of Discovery. Have you received all
Get
the
the
discovery in
sentencing
this case, and did you review it with
today,
your client?
probably.
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Garcia, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney?
Did she give him
understand
probation?
it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Judge, we're proceeding on count 2, waiving count 1.
Any objections?
No, Judge.
Right. Ms. Garcia, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments of Defendants' Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Did you understand the state is proceeding on count 2, which is possession of a controlled substance, felony group 1, 1 gram to 4 grams? That's a 3rd-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a
she's in
plea
some
bargain
trouble.
agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call them, the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses to this offense?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
She is, Judge.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Garcia, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on count 2. Punishment is to be assessed at 3 years in the prison. There's a $1,000 fine. State recommends community supervision, and there's no application for deferred adjudication, and $171 to Bear County lab for testing. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense is at the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Judge.
State is at the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You tried to have you
Counsel,
arrested
any
for that
such
kill?
motions?
Wow.
No, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement.
Right,
State is
Bandit?
requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 3 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 150 hours community service restitution, referral to felony drug court, and MRT. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to count 2 in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
Yes, the state offers State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
No objection, Judge.
Ms. Garcia, I'm going to show you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand that you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has
Hope must
knowingly
be
and
around.
voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept to evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same, and the court is finding you guilty of count 2. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Judge, just for the legal argument.
All right, do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their ages?
She's 5, gonna be 6.
And where is she?
She's with her grandma right now.
Is Child Protective Services involved?
No, ma'am.
So why is she with her grandmother?
Oh, I had to come to court. So she's watching her.
When's the last time you used?
I haven't.
I'm on the methadone right now.
She's on methadone.
Are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
I'm a housekeeper.
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 3 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 3 years. There's $1,000 fine to be probated.
Stop swinging around, chick.
$171 restitution for lab testing. I'm going to want a TAP evaluation. And we'll start her out with intensive outpatient treatment. I'm going to run a referral to felony drug court. There's to be 150 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived.
How about that 40 hours? How about that 40-hour jab?
The court is not
There you go.
requiring you to get it, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. Parenting classes. And the remaining of those 40 hours will be waived once you complete parenting classes.
No, Judge, will you knock another 40 off if I stick a gun to my head? Can I get another 40?
So
So real quick, you know, my parents used to own a drug and alcohol treatment center in Santa Barbara County, right? And I remember, you know, as a kid, you know, and they never charged for their services, right? It was all free because what they did is they were a nonprofit, so they had a bingo hall that they, you know, they made their money off the bingo to pay for the people to come in. And then what happened is a casino opened up, and they could, you know, if you're a nonprofit, you can only give away $250, at least in California. But the casino could give away up to $1,200 or $1,199. So where do you think all their bingo players went, right? So then they started having to accept money, and they'd have to take cases from the court. Like this person, she's being forced to go into treatment. So I was sitting there one day, you know, and my stepdad, he told this person, we're in jail, and I mean, we're at the court, right? I went to go with them with court. And they said, Mr. Tolks, you know, would you like to, are you going to take this person in? And he's like, well, I have the normal question, Your Honor. So he asked the person, like, do you want help? And the person says, no, I don't got no addiction. And my stepdad said, all right, nope, we're not taking them. And I looked at, and we left, and I'm like, why didn't you take that person? You know, we need the money. We need to pay for the bills. He's like, I can't help anybody that doesn't want to help themselves. So by forcing them to go to these classes, I wonder how many of these people really actually get the help. You know, because like my stepdad, he always said that. He's like, I cannot help you unless you want to help yourself. And he wouldn't let people in his program unless they said, hey, I need the help. If you don't need the help, then you're not going to do what's right. You know, makes you wonder about this.
When I did my rehab in 2008, Eddie, it was and the counselor told me it was less than 8% success rate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, less than 10% success rate, and less than 2% got out early. I think I already told you that story.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, 10%, so 1 in 10.
Yeah.
Is going to have to be present. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And they call it, and then they say it's successful, 1 in 10. I mean, I cannot understand that. You know, it's better than 0.
Days.
That's true.
There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. And probation, I'm sorry, I'm going to need field visits 3 times.
Yeah, that's right, Andy.
Random.
That's right.
Make sure
and everybody's in denial when they walk in.
Right.
I was in denial. I was like, I don't have a drinking problem. I have a driving home problem. They're like, no.
The UA hotline.
I always said I didn't have a drinking problem. I just have a stopping problem.
Right. And is there anything else that
you know, and I think I told you before, Eddie, they made a lot of people realize
supposed to tell you right from wrong.
They think a drinking most people think a drinking problem is when you're addicted to alcohol. You know, when you have to have it. And they made a lot of people realize, no, if you have a problem every time you drink, you have a drinking problem. I mean, if you have a problem every time you drink, you got to drink it.
Go forth in this world and you do what's right.
Like me,
Sometimes good
I
things
can't
will
just
happen
have
to you.
one or two
Sometimes
drinks. If I
good
go
things
have, if
won't
I have
happen
one
to
or two
you.
drinks, I'm
But
at the
guess
bar.
what? You'll
I'm there
feel
till
glad
closing.
that
You guys have
did
seen
what's
it.
right. You understand?
I don't leave till closing.
All right, probation, is there anything
Grah's
else that
seen
you
it in
need?
real life. We went to
Anything
the
else you need
bar,
from the court in order to be
and I
successful?
drove my truck, and I was like, after
All right,
like
I'm
3 or
gonna show
4
you what's
drinks, I'm
entitled
like,
trial
hey,
court
Grah,
certification of defendant's
you want to
rights
drive
to
my
appeal.
truck home?
Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
And he's
did
like,
you
yeah.
sign
You know,
it?
Eddie, I have to admit, though, I don't,
Because this is a
my
plea bargain
opinion,
agreement,
this is my
because
opinion.
I followed
I
your
don't
plea bargain
think you
agreement,
have a
and
drinking
because
problem.
you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the
Because
court's
when I had a drinking
permission to
problem,
appeal. Do you
every week
understand?
my decision was, am I going to drink Tuesday
Also,
and
because this
Friday
is a
or
felony
Wednesday and
conviction, you're
Saturday?
not
That
allowed to
was
own or possess any
my whole
weapons or
life
ammunition.
for a
Do you
long time.
understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have
You
a
know,
question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak with an attorney. Do you understand?
you know, and
All right, good luck to you. You
you
have
don't
children. The
schedule
children are
your
looking up
life
to you.
around
You
your
got it?
drinking
You
habit.
understand? Good luck.
Oh no.
Thank you.
No.
You're welcome.
Judge may be excused.
Yes.
But if
All
I
right,
if I go to the
Anthony
bar, I'm
Davis.
normally closing it down. I can say that.
Sure, you're on a mission. I don't half-ass do nothing. If I'm drinking, I'm going to get drunk.
Right? Especially when you have
What's
hot
the point?
bartenders. Right? You have all these beautiful bartenders saying, "Hey, would you like another one?" It's like, well, of course I'm going to say yes.
What was the last name of the one we just
Yeah.
I'm sorry, which one?
She walks up. She goes, "Can I help you? Would you?
Right?
Can I get you another drink?"
Or like the bar that I go, you know, the Mexican bar I normally go to. When exactly. Like when they rub up on you, you know, they go like this with their boobs on your back, or like remember that one time she's like, I got nice boobs, you want to feel, and she let me feel her boobs right there on camera. Remember?
This is Davis.
Yeah.
They're doing it, please.
But you know, on the other side of that coin, also Eddie is, and like I said, I don't think you don't schedule your life around your drinking. But if you find yourself drinking usually a couple times a week, you know, you may have a little issue trying to get started. And that's all. I told you way before I wasn't going to preach to you about this shit. I'm not going to, but you know, I still want to buy you that mezcal. I can't believe you haven't ever drank mezcal. That's just. You're definitely not an alcoholic if you've never drank mezcal.
No, yeah, because we went to the bar and Grah went to go buy me some mezcal and they didn't have any.
Didn't have any. And I can't believe you go to a Mexican bar and they don't have freaking mezcal. It's a Mexican drink.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's Mexican moonshine, in my opinion. It's Mexican moonshine.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's see if we can fast forward through her.
Mr. Whitley?
Mr. Whitley.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, does somebody want to see her member again, Grah? Oh, Hope is around.
guess
Grah
so.
loves Bike Girl.
I know.
I'm still waiting for her. She's when we see that one guy that was late to court, he's gonna be the very last person.
And then I have
Yeah, that's going to be.
All right, what is on the trial docket? Okay, why did you hand me the...
She might even make him wait till after lunch.
It's announced for the record for the state, for the defense.
I think this is him.
Mr. Davis.
No,
I think this is the last one.
I don't know.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery?
No, this is not the guy that was late. He's not in
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Davis, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Hopefully he answers no.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We're waiving the repeat enhancement.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, I'm going to show you what's entitled court admonishments and defendant's waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with evading arrest, detention in a vehicle? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to
He
follow your
looks like
plea
a
bargain
serial killer,
agreement.
huh?
If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call on the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defense to this offense?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way
Here
you
it comes, here it comes.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Here it comes.
All right, that was an emphatic yes. I'm satisfied.
Yes.
Oh man, I thought
The
I'm
court
waiting
will
for
find
somebody
that
to say
defendant
no.
has
I'm not a
knowingly
citizen.
and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 7 years in the prison. There's
You
a
should know,
$1,000
Brad.
fine probated. State recommends community supervision. The following case numbers will be taken in consideration: 2022 CR 6109 1228. County Court Cause number 677750, 678734, 653944. Grand jury numbers 770172.
Man, he's been in jail a lot.
770171, 762614. JN numbers 2069984, 2032828. And there's to be no contact with Carir, C-A-R-I-R Davis, and no contact with Hannah Bird, B-Y-R-D. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she say
Plea
Korean?
bargain agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea bargain agreement?
Maybe.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph
I think
entitled
you said
waiver of
Korean.
appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing
Not
that
me,
you're waiving
Bridget.
your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you
No, I
outside
will
the plea
not,
bargain
Brad.
agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 7 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 200 hours community service restitution. Defense agrees. Defendant will check himself into lifetime recovery program and will remain in custody until spot is available. The director states there will be a spot the first week of July for the defendant.
Yes.
Oh, they're putting
did you
him in a
understand
halfway
those are
house.
recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations.
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense is charged. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Judge. State Office States Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, I'm going to show you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation.
We've got a
of
young
custody and
little
stipulations.
lawyer. Look how
Did you
young
review
she
that
is.
document with
You
your
think she's
attorney?
young?
Did you understand it, and did you sign it?
Yeah, I
in
guess
all
she
the
is
proper
young.
places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine?
It looks like the
confront
little girl on
any
Dirty
witnesses the
Dancing.
State would call them the right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah,
Did you
baby,
understand
huh?
that today the state will be presenting evidence in the
Yeah.
form of witnesses' statements?
Nobody
and
puts
police
baby in the
reports?
corner.
But most importantly, there will be no
They put her in
live
jail, but-
testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and
Yes,
consented to
Mr. Bill, I
stipulation
seen
testimony and
that.
stipulations. Court will
Thank God
accept
she
into
knows who
evidence
she
things
is.
exhibit
It's like,
1
oh,
and
there's
attachments, and the
that. I
court
gotta.
is
She
reviewing
took
this.
a hard one all the way around. I seen that, Mr. Bill. Yes.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will
Was
find
that in
there's sufficient
DC?
evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you
Yes.
guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, unless the court determines that they would like a evaluation to make.
Wow, she got a deep voice.
Thank you. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Davis, he has pled to an assault bodily injury case, and he has a conviction.
Wait a
for
minute,
that
that
now,
may be a
also
former
DWI case, and those
he.
two cases were taken
Yeah,
care of
I was gonna
prior
say.
to doing this plea today. And I think that at
It
this
does look
time,
like
I've
it might
had
have an
the
Adam's apple.
opportunity to get to know Mr. Davis and understand his addiction, and we do believe that lifetime recovery is going
Is
to
that a
set him on the
transsexual?
right path to recovery.
No, I don't think so. I think it's a girl because usually they try
Are you
to
having children?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their
disguise their
ages?
voice
5.
more than that. You know what I mean?
Oh, you have 5 children.
No,
Where?
I have a 5-year-old.
One. You have a 5-year-old. And where's the 5-year-old?
She's at her mom's house.
All right, what's your drug of choice?
Marijuana.
No, I mean, you're going in lifetime recovery for more than marijuana. So here's the thing.
Don't lie.
You've already entered a plea. And I've been a defense attorney, and I would always tell my clients, once your plea has been entered,
can't handle
and
the
once
truth.
the state is saying they're going to give you a probation, now the key is for you to be successful in your probation. Because if you're not successful, there's a chance that in your case, you'd be going to prison for 7 years.
Correct.
So I ask these questions because I'm trying to figure out what's the best placement for you and what are the appropriate conditions for you to be successful. So what have you been using?
I would take ecstasy pills and marijuana, and that's it. I don't do handlebars. I don't do any hardcore drugs.
He sure does the nicknames for him though.
I have been.
Oh, he's
okay.
Just tell the truth.
I've done ice, but it's all been a downhill. It's been downhill.
So now he's done ice. What's next?
First caught this case, ma'am. I'm in no way suggesting any way, shape, or form how to do your job, but I know that prison is not good for me. All I'm asking is for somebody.
Well, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm trying to give you the help. I'm trying to give you the appropriate help, but you're still before me making excuses. You entered a plea, right? So now is the time for you to tell me the truth so that we can give you the help that you need.
Ice and marijuana.
See, was that hard?
No, ma'am.
The judge can tell when you're lying.
This is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 7 years in prison, suspended and probated for 7 years, $1,000 fine probated, taking consideration.
Yeah, whenever you talk too much, they recognize an excuse.
2022 CR 1228, County Court Cause number 67750, 678734, Grand Jury number 77017, 762614.
You got probation, dude. Shut up.
You'll notice Mr. Bill talks a lot about his hot tub addiction.
JN number 2032828.
He's in denial. He's in denial.
There's to be no contact.
Hold on, wait. I gotta make one of these for Mr. Bill.
And Hannah Bird.
That's right,
Proof
Andy.
of employment. Within
so here's gonna be
45
Mr.
days
Bill.
of release. No employment.
Handlebars, isn't that a Xanax?
Oh, I don't
What
know.
they call
200
Yeah.
hours of community service.
What they call
restitution.
bars.
40 of those hours
I'm
will
not
be waived
sure.
if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to get it, but if you do, 40 hours will be waived. Parenting
Xanbars.
classes.
They call them Xanbars.
The remaining of the community service hours will be waived once you complete parenting classes. I'm going to do a referral to felony drug court.
All right, somebody
And,
do
I'm
exclamation
also
point,
gonna
Mr. Bill.
order lifetime recovery.
Or here, I'm gonna
Defendant
do
is
it.
to remain in custody
Yeah.
until transported by lifetime recovery.
He's crying. You got probation, dude. 7
There's
years
the
probation.
regular
Oh, no, Mr. Bill. Oh,
By
no,
Zoom.
Mr. Bill.
Or in person.
No.
There's to be there'll be the UA hotline once he is released from lifetime recovery.
So he just has to go to a recovery program, which is what, 28 days, and then he gets out of jail. So
There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors until further
let me
notice.
look
So
it up.
once you have proven yourself and you got your life in order, then you can start having unsupervised
Is he
contact.
crying?
For now,
Is he
it has
crying,
to be
Dave?
supervised
Yeah, he
contact,
is.
Okay.
I'm
I'm gonna
hearing.
want field visits 2 times per month.
oh, Xanax is handlebars. That's
Random.
what they're calling Xanax.
Xanax,
Probation,
Xanbars,
anything else?
Xanax.
All right. Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful, Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Thank you for the, like, that I can do it. I can do it.
Just shut up already.
No problem.
All right, you're welcome. So here's the thing. The joy you feel now that you're not going to prison, you need to hold on to that, because what I've seen happen is people are excited to get probation,
judge
but
is
then when
very
they start getting
lenient.
it, they fall off. Don't be that person, okay? All right, I'm gonna show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's
You know, they always
Rights
say
to
that, and
Appeal.
2 weeks
Did
later, you
review
see him
that
back in jail.
document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yeah,
And did you
remember I
sign it?
told you because
All right.
A lot
because
of
this
them
is a
just,
plea bargaining
it just
agreement,
enables
because I
them. It
followed your
did
plea
me.
bargaining
It did
agreement,
me,
and
you know.
because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the
Yeah.
court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
need the other data files. And also, because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to
Yeah,
own
he'll
or
be back.
possess any
Oh, yeah,
weapons or
Bandit.
ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to your attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Is
And counsel,
Eddie,
I'm going
pause it for
to,
just 1 minute.
sign
Yeah,
the
hold on one second.
dismissals. I'm signing those now.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, I'm
shit.
sorry. I can't see what you're doing if
And
you're
once the
in the
state is
middle of
saying they're
something.
gonna give you probation, now the key is for you to be successful on your probation, because if you're.
Yeah, it's paused.
What did it for me, I was on probation for my second DUI when I got my third DUI. And the lady in front of me that went in front of the judge before I did, that I was standing right behind, was in there for vehicular manslaughter. And she got sentenced right then and right there to 40 years in probation, in prison.
Wow.
And she was probably 30 years old.
Uh-huh.
I was that, it felt to me I was that close to completely ruining my life, because it happened right in front of me when I seen someone's life get ruined for vehicular manslaughter.
Yeah.
And that was one of the big things that did it for me. The other big thing was the judge cutting me a break and said, you're going to do voluntarily sign up. I'm not telling you you've got to go to rehab. You're voluntarily going to sign up for me, show me in good faith you did that.
Yeah.
And I knew I had to. I knew I had to take advantage of it. That's all I got to say is I felt like I was that close, because that girl was right in front of me.
Yeah.
And her life was ruined for vehicular manslaughter DUI.
That sucks. Yeah.
So anyway, okay, turn the show back on.
Right. All right, buddy.
I mean, that just made me think of it, because we were talking about this guy, you know, he'll be back. So it made me think of that. I had forgotten all about that, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that in your case, you'd be going to prison for 7 years.
Correct.
So I ask these questions because
wait.
I'm trying to figure out.
I moved it.
There should be there'll be the UA hotline once he is released from lifetime recovery.
We saw that. Okay, he's done actually, because there's only like what do we got? We got 4 minutes left.
Until the guy's contact, okay? I'm gonna want field visits 2 times per month. Random. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No.
All right, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful, Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Thank you. Like, that I can do it, I can do it.
Oh, yeah, we
Did
saw
you
that
review
already.
that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to
What's
appeal.
wrong with the
Do you
lawyer?
understand?
She looks
Just read
upset.
the other data files. And also, because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition.
We saw this already.
Well,
Let's cross by day.
And I think there was.
because
one
she lost her
last,
case.
Yeah.
She's like,
You know, I think what it is too, though, Grah, is like I've been around lawyers and they say you don't talk, you let me talk, right? And they always tell you don't say more than you have to. And this guy was just chirping and chirping, you know. No, judge, I don't. I only do marijuana, judge. And then, well, okay, maybe every once in a while I do an ecstasy. And then, well, all right, judge. You know.
yeah, exactly. They just don't say nothing. If she asks you a yes or no question, answer yes or no.
Yeah.
Ready to kill. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, Brad.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, you did a good little speech there, testimony, how whatever you call those things. That's awesome.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. I don't know.
And Grah's doing good.
We were talking. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying Grah's doing really good. I took Grah to a freaking motorcycle. Well, he took me to a motorcycle bar. I drank the whole entire fucking night, and Grah had Cokes. That was it. So I mean, that I was proud of him. You know.
Yeah, I just I really don't miss it anymore, Eddie. I don't. It goes showing you. I can have fun too. You can have fun too and still not have to get,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to go off. I don't want to go into all that, you know.
Yeah. So.
Is what it is, you know. Is what it is.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
All right, man.
Right on.
Eddie, I gotta go get something to eat, man. Aren't you hungry?
Yeah, I'm gonna bail too.
Yeah.
Her court case is over, so we want to say thank you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying these court cases with us. We're having fun with them. I get to do my eBay and watch crazy stuff and talk with you guys. So thank y'all for being here.
Yeah.
And do me a favor. We've been having trouble with notifications. If you did subscribe to this channel, just hit that, take the bell, turn it off, and then turn it back on again. We think that might fix it. We don't know. So thank you for being here. And, you know, should I do this one? Sorry. No, thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate it. This was Grah's idea, and I'm really having fun. So don't forget to support Grah. Help him out every once in a while.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Always fun. Always fun. Appreciate it. Thanks for everybody, all the mods and everybody helping out. It's all good. Everybody hanging out. Throwing zingers at each other. That's fun. You know, always poking. You gotta poke each other. Keep us legit, right?
Heck yeah. And I thought Hope said she had a question. She has have a good afternoon. I thought Hope was gonna ask you something about Corinne. Maybe Corinne and Grah and only a Mr. Bill are hanging out in the hot tub together. Maybe.
You know, and if we're gonna keep this up, you know, if instead of trying to make me decide, let's see if we can get Bicycle Girl and Corinne to like hook up, and then.
Then you can have a menage a trois with the two of them.
And then I'd be interested, and then you know get a little scissor action going. Oh, how did we get there? I did so good all day long, and then I had to go there and ruin the show, man. I'm kidding.
Right on. Well, thank
God
you,
bless
Hope.
everybody.
Thank you, Brad.
Have a great day.
Andy, Vinny Wynn, Chris Robbery, Mandy J and her boobs. Yeah. We can't forget the boobs on Mandy
Bread
J.
to kill.
Right? Yeah, Bread to kill. We got everybody in here today.
Yeah, so. Everyone we missed, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Heck yeah.
Always fun.
All right, guys. Good night. See you guys tonight in about I'll be back in 3.5 hours for our news show. You know, conservative talk and news. So we'll see you then.